certified cloud professional. Sir combines expertise in corporate
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
To begin the special event, we will now have the lamp lighting ceremony. I invite our respective chief guests along with our honored dignitaries to come forward and light the lamp. We also pay a heartfelt tribute to the late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian sir by offering flowers to his portrait, honoring his memory and inspiring legacy.
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय।
May I request Dimple Saini Ma'am, Dean, Shri Balaji University, Pune, Senior Director, Corporate Relations, HOD, Operation and Supply Chain, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to welcome our guest of honor. Sir. Mr. Sandeep Rane, sir, Mahatma Agrawal, sir, and our chief guest, Jayanand Kalingar, sir.
of the Student Council, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, Mr. Rishabh Sharma, to address the gathering. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning to all our distinguished guests, respected faculty, esteemed speakers, and my dear fellow student managers. On behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune, it is my privilege as the President of Student Council, BITM, to warmly welcome you all to Anweshanam 4.0, the Business Conclave. True to its name, Anweshanam meaning exploration, this platform is designed to bridge gap between academic and industry, where ideas, innovation, and inspiration come together. Over the year, this conclave has grown into space for meaningful dialogues, and with this fourth edition, we aim to reach new heights. We are honored to have eminent leaders with us today who will share their insights, experience, shaping our learning journey. I encourage each one of you to engage, explore, and make most of this opportunity. Thank you and welcome once again to Anweshanam 4.0. Thank you.
Now we have a short address from Ms. Ritika Singh, who is here on behalf of Student Council of Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. Please join me in welcoming her with a round of applause.
Thank you, Om. Good morning, everyone. I, Ritika Singh, Senior Student Manager and a proud member of Student Council at for knowledge. At Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Anweshanam is not just conclave. It's a bridge between classroom and boardroom, between student and industry leaders, between dreams and reality. It's where future managers meet visionary leaders and together they shape thoughts that will define tomorrow. Our agenda for the day is designed to spark curiosity, challenge perspective, and ignite aspirations. We are blessed and truly honored to be in the presence of such distinguished leaders who have carved remarkable journey and are here to share their wisdom with us. Allow me to introduce our pride chief guest for the day, Mr. Jayanand Karginal sir, who is Enterprise Supply Chain Director, 3M. Following him, we are delighted to welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Sandeep Rane sir, who is Managing Director and Chief Delivery Officer at Brilio. Mr. Mahatva Agrawal sir, Associate Director. Ms. Shikha Srivastav ma'am, Senior Director and Head Human Resources, Synchron. Mr. Rajendra Lingwal, Senior Vice President, Human Resources, Persistent Systems. Mr. Ajay Singh, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Hindustan Platinum. Each one of them is living an example of what it means to big dream, stay determined, and rise as a leader. Because Anweshanam is not just knowledge, it's about courage to seek, the curiosity to ask, the wisdom to absorb. Thank you, everyone, and let's begin this beautiful journey. Thank you.
Now it's our honor to invite Dr. Sanjit Kumar Das sir, Director, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, let us warmly welcome with a round of applause.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very good morning to everyone. With the blessings of our founding Chancellor and President Bala sir, Honorable Chancellor Professor B. Paramanandan sir, Vice Chancellor Dr. G.K. Surude sir, Honorable Dean SBUP Dr. Dimple Saini ma'am, all the esteemed guests like Jayanand Kagnilkar sir, Mahatva Agarwal sir, and Sandeep Rane sir, on behalf of BITM and on behalf of Sri Balaji University, I welcome you all for this Anweshanam 4.0. The theme we have kept is our Viksit Bharat. So let me start with a quote like, अध्ययन ही सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथ. The meaning thereby, success is achieved through hard work, not mere dreams. Today, we are gathered for this Anweshanam 4.0. We celebrate the spirit of Viksit Bharat, a developed India in the making, where I respect all the esteemed guests, those who have contributed a lot, and they played a pivotal role in the vision, nurturing talent, innovation, and collaboration. Anweshanam is not just a meet, it's a platform of ideas, dialogues, and transformation. Our founder, Chancellor Bala sir, used to say that it's a knowledge of feast. Together, we hold the power to build workplaces that empower people and uplift communities. Let this event inspire us to think beyond limits, to innovate and integrate with purpose. The journey of Viksit Bharat needs visionary leadership and collaborative action. May this meet spark new collaborations that shape a stronger, inclusive, and progressive nation. Thank you all, and let us pledge to make Anweshanam a step forward in the quest for a developed Bharat with a quote, हर सपना सच होगा जब प्रयास साथ होगा. विकसित भारत का सपना हर दिल में आज होगा. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have the privilege of inviting Dimple Saini ma'am, Dean, Sri Balaji University, Pune, Senior Director, Corporate Relation, HOD, Operation and Supply Chain, to address the gathering. Let us warmly welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you, compares. A very good morning, everybody. Respected chief guest, dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, staff, my dear students, if there are any media representatives, it's my privilege to invite each one of you to this festival of knowledge, Anweshanam 4.0, the Balaji Institute of Telecom and Management Business Conclave, Viksit Bharat, Futuristic Trends of Challenges to the B School. So I must compliment team Balaji Institute of Telecom and Management for organizing this wonderful, session, and the luminary of speakers itself is adding stars to this whole event. Now, students, I think we would be a mix of seniors and juniors. You have such a brilliant opportunity to hear it from who's of who of the industry. Whether here, if you see, we have Janandan sir from 3M India, who's the Enterprise Supply Chain Director, right? So understand his perspective to the theme. You get Brillo represented by the Managing Director and the Chief Delivery Officer, Mr. Sandeep Rane. It's going to be so wonderful, so enriching, what probably you would have not, whatever you learned in classes, this is going to be complementary. Right? So, I think it's going to be amazing. We have Mr. Mahato Agarwal sir, the Associate Director from Alvarez and Marshall. I think he's going to add another perspective to this whole, to the whole event. Of course, followed by the other speakers, as Ritika was telling all of us. So, first of all, I thank all my guests for taking out time to be amongst us today, for encouraging us. And Viksit Bharat is possible. Of course, technology can take place, we can do everything, but this is, if Viksit Bharat has to happen, you have to strengthen up. Each one of you who's graduating in the coming year needs to get strengthened, then Viksit Bharat is possible. Right? I am really excited about this theme and the whole program, and I am sure you would be excited. Right? I want my leaders from the industry to go back and at least tell a lot of their colleagues that they visited an institute called Balaji Institute of Telecom Management, and the students were wow. So I want that wow effect to be given. So make sure that you're very, very attentive when you're at the sessions. Be a sponge. Try and absorb all that knowledge that you're getting here. This is the application, this is the bridge between the academia and the industry. So don't waste your time, all right? Let's get our act together. Thank you so much for having me here. Again, on behalf of my Chancellor, my Vice Chancellor, my Registrar, and the Controller of Examination, I again welcome each one of you to this amazing event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. HR is the heartbeat of the organization, where people become purpose and purpose become people, where empathy meets strategy and people become potential.
Rise and shine, I Om Saxena,
And I, Gloria Daniel,
one half of the dynamic student management duo at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune.
we both have got the opportunity to become the Masters of Ceremony for today's event.
We would like to welcome you all to Anweshanam 4.0. The theme of this business conclave is Viksit Bharat, Futuristic Trends and Challenges to Be School. Our chief guest for today is Mr. Jayanand Kaginalkar Sir, Enterprise Supply Chain Director at 3M. Sir is a remarkable individual who made an impact through his journey. It is indeed an honor to have a true corporate leader and a visionary like him with us today.
As we begin this event, we'd like to express our heartfelt greetings to our Chancellor, Professor Paramanandan Balasubramanian Sir, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude Sir, and to the entire academic community, directors, deputy directors, deans, registrar, faculty members, and student managers. Shri Balaji University, Pune is built on a strong foundation of three core values: discipline, dedication, and determination. These values shape our approach to education, focusing on practical training and nurturing the overall growth of our students.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to introduce Shri Balaji University, Pune, esteemed constituent institute, which comprises Balaji Institute of Modern Management, BIMM, Balaji Institute of Technological and Management, BITM, Balaji Institute of International Business, BIIB, Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BMHRD, Balaji School of Arts and Sciences, Balaji School of Law, which produces exceptional student managers.
On this gracious occasion, we fondly remember our founder, late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian Sir, for his vision to impart quality education to the youth of our country.
May I request our student manager, Stita Dubey, to introduce our chief guest.
Thank you. Good morning to one and all. I, Ishtada Dubey, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune. I am honored and privileged to introduce our chief guest for Anweshanam 4.0, Mr. Jayanand Kaginalkar Sir, Enterprise Supply Chain Director at 3M. Sir has been associated with 3M since 2007, where he began as a site manager of the Pimpri plant in Pune, later leading the Ranganathan plant. His career reflects a strong global footprint. In 2012, he was deputed to 3M Brazil for international exposure, and in 2019, he took the role of Lean Six Sigma Director for the Asia Pacific region at 3M Innovation Singapore. Over the years, he has held several critical leadership positions, including Manufacturing Operation Manager, Master Black Belt for Lean Six Sigma, and Manufacturing and Supply Chain Leader for 3M India. In 2021, he was appointed Lean Value Stream Director for Safety and Industrial Business Group across Asia. Prior to joining 3M, Sir has worked with organizations such as Tata Autocom, Sandvik Asia, and Bosch in the field of manufacturing. Sir is an alumnus of IIM Bangalore and holds a PGDM in operations, and he also holds a bachelor degree in metallurgical engineering from College of Engineering, Pune. With his deep expertise, international exposure, and leadership excellence, Sir continues to contribute significantly in the field of manufacturing and supply chain. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Jayanand Kaginalkar Sir. I now hand over the proceedings to you, sir. Thank you.
This is next? This is next. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. It should be, yeah. So it should be like, a fresh cup of tea or coffee, whatever you prefer. So first of all, respected Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Director, faculty, staff, guests, and my dear students. Thanks a lot for having me here for this wonderful interaction. And I think, there was a brief introduction of mine. So what I will do is I'll start with a little introduction of my company. So 3M Corporation is a US multinational. Maybe I need a mic because if I look at this. Okay, call a mic a little bit. Yeah, okay. You can hear me? Yeah, okay. So 3M India, we started in 1987. It was publicly listed in 1991. We have 3 manufacturing plants. One manufacturing plant is right here in Pune, Ranganathan. We being a strong, innovative company, we have a very strong R&D center which is in Bangalore. Overall, from a financial point of view, our 2024-25 sales was 4,400 crores. That's the sales in India. And since we are already a publicly listed company in India, our market capitalization is about $4.6 billion as of end of 2024. In terms of overall employees that we employ in 3M India, is almost about 1,200 plus, and with a lot of growth coming, I think we see these numbers going up. When Dr. Rajeshwari talked to me about the subject that we wanted to interact today, business beyond numbers, leadership, legacy, and social value. So when I was looking at this particular topic, what actually hit me was when we remove the number equation from the business, primarily focus on leadership, legacy, the interaction with social value. What we are talking about is exploring the human side of business. I think that is what I will keep talking about today. My entire presentation is structured in 3 different areas. So one is why it is important to look beyond financial entries or beyond numbers, why numbers don't tell the story always. The second is in terms of a role of leadership, legacy, social values, their interactions with each other. And third, over a period of time, as I grew up in various steps in my career, there were some learnings which I had, and I would like to share those learnings also with you. The first, the limitations of numbers. So if you see organizations work with all the financial statements, the profit and loss accounts, the balance sheets, but it's very often that these numbers don't tell the entire story. And there is a reason for it, and I'll take you through all those reasons as to why only numbers can be deceptive. So one is the numbers come with a context. So unless and until you know a particular context for a number, it's very difficult for us to, understand what that number is telling. And that context for different people can mean very different. So some people might understand a different concept, a different context, and thereby the interpretation of that number changes. That's one. Second, all the organizations nowadays are working on this quarterly earning cycle. Every 3 months, we are forced to show good results. And that kind of distorts the financial metrics because the focus is very short term. So what in that number game, what we miss is that medium term, long term strategic thinking. And that doesn't really get captured because everybody is so focused in terms of those quarterly performances. History influences. So whenever we are talking about our previous results, those results matter for our current numbers. but they not necessarily tell you about what is going to happen in the future. Future can be very different. So we get prejudiced or biased by these historical numbers, and then that kind of limits our thinking in terms of what we can do in future. So that's another problem with numbers. Numbers, again, subject to manipulation. I mean, I don't have to talk a lot about it. We know that how easy it is to, massage a number to show what we want it to read at. Numbers also are not very good in terms of capturing risks and uncertainties. How do we capture, risk and uncertainties that we have? Like, for example, today we have a very chaotic global market, with tariffs. So these tariffs are impacting different countries. These tariffs are impacting different sectors of the industries. And how are these interactions happening? Their connection with our organizations, and how our organization should capture that from a number point of view. Very, very difficult. So it becomes very complex. And intangible assets. So, for example, like, I stay in Bangalore, so every day when I, buy milk, I go and buy Nandini milk. Pune, maybe, you people must be buying Chitale milk. So there is a brand associated with it, which kind of gives me a comfort that, what I am buying is good. So when I look at this brand equation or brand quality, how do I value that brand? How do I put a number to that brand? That becomes very difficult. So that's why, it's very difficult for us to only believe numbers. So as a business leader, we have to often see beyond the numbers. And that's why I think this quote most probably is from Albert Einstein. Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. So we need to really go beyond this. There are a lot of companies that we have seen in the marketplace where despite having good financial numbers, we find that those companies did not do financially well. And there are a number of examples, and my next slide I will show that. I would deliberately remove the names of the companies, and maybe I would, ask. Okay. I was not looking good on camera or what? Okay, so let us start with some of the examples where companies failed despite having good financials. There were some companies which were growing as well. So number one, leading airline was known for its premium service. Rapid expansion got into regulatory, operational issues. Rapid expansion caused the issue. Jet Airways, maybe I'll give another hint of a can of beer. Okay? Yeah, okay. So I think you're good students. Yeah, you get the hint very quickly. Second, India's leading IT company, service company, with a strong financial performance, issues with loss of trust, and financial fraud. Satyam, yeah. I mean, the name says one thing, and what was happening was very different. Once the dominant player in Indian mobile market, yeah, I don't even have to go there, right? Okay. And the popular beverage chain in India with a strong brand presence. Yeah, okay. So all these companies, if you look at it, they were doing financially pretty good. And there were some things which went out and they caused these companies to go down. So if you just look at numbers, we are not able to capture that entire, depth of the organization. So what else we should be looking beyond numbers? Again, very different parameters that we can look. There are some which I have put across, but again, this is not a full list. Employees, how are employees being taken care of? Because unless and until employees are being taken care well by their organizations, they are not going to make your customer happy or delighted. Ethical leadership, how strong your leadership is in terms of the values they bring to the company. A case in point like Satyam. In fact, when Ramlingam Raju was asked about, what happened, and he said, it was like riding a tiger, and once I rode a tiger, it was very, very difficult for me to get down. So that's the kind of, trap people can fall into. customer relationships, in terms of our connect with the customers, in terms of having the customer insights and how are they being brought back into the company so that we can address those customer pain points. So that's another thing that we need to measure. Again, measuring customer relationship, I mean, we have things like NPS, Net Promoter Scores, but again, that really doesn't capture the entire nuance of what's happening. Corporate social responsibility, the way organization looks at their focus in terms of what they can do for a betterment of society. So that's corporate social responsibility. And diversity and inclusion, in terms of the different perspectives that we can bring in, so that we are able to enrich the way our organization works. So these are very different parameters which kind of help us in terms of understanding something where we have to go beyond numbers to make it understand. All this is possible if a leader understands this. So he looks at numbers, but not only numbers, looks beyond what is numbers. And then that is why, the defining of leadership is very important. And again, what I have done is I have put some of the critical criteria or capabilities of a leader, which we can see here. I will give some non-business examples. Vision. I mean, I was staying in Singapore for almost 6 years. So Lee Kuan Yew, a visionary leader, was able to, transform the landscape of Singapore. Decision making, empowerment, empathy, Mother Teresa, communication, inspiration, adaptability, accountability, and many more words, which can be thrown on this particular slide. So basically, it's the leadership that sets the tone in the organization, both in terms of where the organization will go in future and the kind of culture that we can bring it into the organization. So that's why leadership is a driver in terms of the culture that it brings and the vision it takes the organization to. I'll give an example. Maybe I'll give you a minute to go through the content of the slide. There's quite a bit of information here. So this is about the leadership, Azim Premji, Wipro. You can see the pillars in terms of, the leadership qualities, visionary leadership. I mean, basically Wipro was an hydrogenated oil company. They were selling sunflower brand, oil, Vanaspati oil, and transforming that to a top IT service. And that wasn't easy. How is he able to do that? In terms of building a robust infrastructure, having a skilled workforce, and an emphasis on innovation. Ethical business practices, very strong in terms of what Azim Premji put a strong corporate governance in terms of, and his style emphasized the values and ethics that need to be built within that organization. So that was one of the single most important aspect which makes organizations endure across the period of time. A lot of work in terms of philanthropy and social impact, ability to understand and transform organizations beyond what we are doing so that we can do something meaningful for the society. That's very important, critical attribute for a leader. So which is what, you can see the kind of work Azim Premji Foundation is doing is absolutely phenomenal. I don't know, maybe there are people in the academia who understand in terms of the structures and the platforms that they have built in terms of transforming the rural education for underprivileged. Inspiration and legacy. Again, the way leaders behave, many people, the subsequent generations, look at them for inspiration. And you can find a host of, entrepreneurs, business leaders, kind of emulating the success that Azim Premji was able to achieve. And he was the one who demonstrated that company can grow sustainably, contributing positively to society. And when I come to inspiration and legacy, so that will bring to my next topic in terms of legacy. Building legacy. Again, think of Mahindra as a company. And what constitutes a business legacy? Again, when we are talking about business legacy, it's not about 1 year or 2 years. It's a journey. It's a journey across many years. Sometimes it's a journey across many decades. Innovation and products. The ability of, if you can see again, Mahindra, they started with a small vehicle, and over a period of time, Scorpios and XUVs and electrical vehicles. Successive generations, building that product pipeline. Brand and reputation, as you keep working and engaging with the market, your brand becomes stronger. that entire heft of that products, the brand gives you an enormous industry influence. That's how you are able to build a company with legacy. Long-term thinking and long-term vision. My first slide, I alluded, the quarterly mindset. And when the companies transform or transcend themselves from this quarterly mentality to long-term thinking, that's where, we can have companies with good legacy. Customer relationships. Again, this customer intimacy is very important for iconic companies. Maybe I'll just give one example from my own company, 3M. 3M is a 100-year-old company, maybe more than 100-year-old company. In US, we started as a sandpaper company. So our first product was a sandpaper. What is sandpaper? It's a paper. On top of it, there is an adhesive, and on top of it, there are some abrasive particles. That's all we used to sell, and I think we were very happy selling that maybe 100 years back. And that was the time when Ford Motor was mass producing their cars. So when Ford was mass producing their cars, anybody knows what was motto, Ford's motto? You can buy any color as long as it is black. So that was their motto. And then customers wanted more and more, and then the concept of dual tone color came, where there was additional layer of different color of paint that was supposed to be put on a car. And it was a struggle for the operators on the shop floor to put the second layer of this paint, because they were trying to hold a newspaper and get the second layer painted. The paint used to smudge, it used to drop down on the base paint, and it was a nerve-wracking experience for an operator to get that kind of a model. And our 3M scientists were very much involved in those Ford factories because of the sandpaper connection. And then they kind of realized, from that customer pain point, what are they looking at is something similar to a tape. The concept of tape didn't exist before that. So what was tape actually? Tape was paper and adhesive. That's all. All they had to do was remove the abrasive. And there we got our first product, tape, which was a masking tape, which kind of holds, when the painting is done, and then it can be easily removed. And we have been making since then, for more than 100 years, different kinds of tapes. So the entire industry or entire basis on which 3M is today set is with that one inspiration, one insight from the customer. Adaptability and resilience. Again, if you see history of Mahindra's worked with many international collaborations. They worked with Ford, they worked with Logan, and again, some of them worked well, those collaborations. Some of them did not work well. But then, whatever the best points out of it, I think the company really took it into strides and worked on it to deliver better products for the customer. And that's how you build legacies. Okay, so the third topic, which I want to connect it is in terms of role of social values. What are social values? So I've just tried to kind of define it in terms of social values are the ethical and moral principles that guide behavior and decision making within a society. Again, on the organizational context, I'll talk more about corporate social responsibility. So essentially, it's exactly the same, but in an organizational context. So integrating ethical practices, and this is what leaders are supposed to do. Environmental stewardship. What is environmental stewardship? How our products are interacting with environment. When we are producing the products, when customer is using the product, when we are disposing the product, we need to be very responsible because it has an impact on environment. Community engagement, and all of that, if they are able to build into operations, then we can see that really gives a confidence to our customers and different stakeholders, so that they start believing in the company, the products that we make. So that's how these social values and building them and bringing them back into the organization really matters. They can also drive innovation and efficiency for sustainable solutions, because we are looking for a very different kinds of products. A prime example is at the beginning of when Tesla started selling. I mean, sustainability was one big item for them to sell those cars. So again, this is in terms of social values. So now, a company which is very strong in terms of social value, how does it look? So I was thinking of examples, and one example which comes to my mind is Tata Group. So if you look at the left-hand side, these are the pillars in terms of what constitutes social values within an organization. Maybe I'll just give you a minute to go through the slide. So very strong emphasis in terms of philanthropy, community development. You can see almost 2/3 of the equity of Tata Sons is owned by philanthropic trusts. They have established numerous, institutions like Indian Institute of Science. In fact, you go and ask any senior citizen in Bangalore, they will not call it Indian Institute of Science. They will call it Tata Institute, then TIF or Tata Memorial Hospital. So these are the the pillars coming out of that philanthropy and community development. Strong work in terms of CSR in the area of education, healthcare, livelihood, rural development. Sustainability initiatives. Again, Tata Steel in terms of their manufacturing approach on a sustainable drive is one of the benchmarks in the world in terms of how they make that steel manufacturing. Tata Motors again starting with electrical vehicles on a sustainability initiative platform. And ethical business practices. I think Tatas are known group in terms of very strong Tata code of conduct, very strong ethics, very strong leadership values that the leaders pass on. I have worked in Tata for almost a period of 7 or 8 years. So I know that firsthand in terms of the trust that they have on their employees, and they expect their employees to work in a right social mindset. And if you are able to do all this, it benefits the organization immensely. What are those benefits? You have a very strong brand reputation, you have employee satisfaction, as well as long-term growth. So when we interconnect all these three things, what we saw so far in terms of leadership, legacy, and social values. Social values are from outside. They interact with leaders. They define the character of a leader. At the same time, the leaders also define the social ecosystem within an organization. So there is an interconnection. And if they are able to do that, that is how you create an organization with a legacy. So I was kind of thinking about it and synthesized one statement which kind of captures what I wanted to say. Leaders who look beyond numbers, align their businesses to embrace right social values, to deliver health and prosperity of communities they serve, end up building successful legacy institutions. That's how we are able to connect things together. So now look at, we saw Azim Premji, and now I'm putting another slide here, defining leadership. Now we have understood the context in terms of leadership. We have talked about legacy, we have talked about social values, and now with those lenses, see what Ratan Tata was able to achieve. So if you see visionary leadership, had transformed the company from local to global, strong strategic acquisitions, very strong push in terms of innovation, very strong understanding in terms of how the organizations interact with societies, coming out of ethics and values, investments in CSRs, and focus in terms of talent and culture. So if you look at right at the beginning of the my presentation, when I was talking about if you remove the numbers, and if a leader is able to work in terms of understanding the social values, helping the organizations to create products that benefit the society, you are really creating an organization with legacy. And this is exactly the human side of business that we talk about, which is what I alluded in the first place. Okay, so this was kind of a presentation which I think Dr. Rajeshwari talked in terms of trying me to connect all these different concepts. What I will also do is, as I grew across my career, there were many learnings that I had, and I just wanted to kind of summarize and give you some of the flavor of it in terms of your path to leadership. Because when you join organizations, most of you, barring those who have their own family businesses, will start as individual contributors. And different people will take different paths for leadership. Some paths will be shorter, some paths will be longer. The things that help me across my career is what I would put. Again, these are my points. They may be relevant or they may not be relevant. So choose wisely. So the first one is context. You look at the bottom graph, it's a sales graph across many quarters. And then you just look at the top particular graph, which is just a small section of quarter 3, quarter 4, where the sales is going down. So if your supervisor or boss asks you to interpret that top graph, the situation looks bad. Situation looks, the sales is down, something is terribly wrong with the organization. But as you expand your context, then you will understand that it might not be as bad as what it looks. In fact, we might be doing, we had a good sales bump and there is some variation coming. So this understanding of this context is very important. And in organizations, when you grow, always ask that question is, what is the context? Because that allows you to prepare the second and third level of granular data, which eventually your boss is going to ask you. Like now the sales is down. Why the sales is down? I mean, is it because of the market condition? Is it because of the segmentation of the customers? Is it because of some products not delivering in a particular geography? So those are the kind of things that we need to really look at. And when I'm talking about all these concepts which have helped me in my business life, it's not necessary that they are only true for business life. They also work very well on your personal lives. So let me see one example in terms of context. Okay, so my wife Akshara, she will maybe suddenly come and ask me, okay, Jan, and what is today's date? Now, being married for her 30 years, that's a loaded question. Okay, so you're not going to answer that today's date is 30th of August. That's a wrong answer. So what am I doing? Now I'm looking for a context. So I'll go to my database mentally. I'll say, is it my birthday? Because sometimes I forget my birthday as well. Is it my wife's birthday? Because that's the second one important. No. Is it my marriage anniversary? No. Okay. Is it my in-law's birthday? Oh, bingo. Okay. So now I know the answer with that context. I say, okay. So my answer is not going to be 30th of August. My answer is going to be today is Baba's birthday and what gift we need to buy. So that's how, the marriage institution has become strong for one more day. So that's a power of context, both in terms of industries as well as in terms of personal life. Communication. I'm sorry these slides I think got distorted so that the formatting is a little bit messed up, but I hope the messages go across. So one is, today if you see, there's so much of information out there, social media, there's so much of noise. So we have to keep training our minds in terms of developing habit for finding what is critical and what is noise. Because unless and until we start learning about these particular nuances, it's very difficult for us to communicate what is important. And I often find in organizations, when the large teams work and they fight amongst each other, when the large projects fail, it is exactly this particular point where there is wrong understanding of what is important, there is low or sometimes no communication. So I tend to communicate, over-communicate. Maybe I think Gokul is here, so he will kind of vouch it. So yesterday, he sent me a message saying that I'm going to come and receive you at an airport, and then he started maybe seeing barrage of information coming to him. He must be really wondering, why is this guy giving so much information? So I was telling him, I'm now getting into plane, I'm getting down, I'll take some time because I have to have my check-in luggage. So it's better to over-communicate than under-communicate. And I think that is what sometimes people fail to understand. They simply assume that other people will know. That's not the case. And you need to be very, very careful. A single most important thing is our ability to understand what is important and how we put it across. I have also seen many people who do a lot of great work in the organizations, and they're very shy about talking about the good work that they do. Hoping that one day their boss will find out that how good the work has happened and maybe he will reward. Often, in some cases it might happen, in some cases it doesn't happen. So it is all right for you to talk about your achievements. I'm not going to say, band baja bajao, but at least you need to have in the right platforms, make it known, the kind of work that you are doing. It's very important. There is another facet of communication in terms of how do you interact with your supervisors or your boss. It's okay to talk with your supervisors in terms of the aspirations that you have on your career growth. You need to tell him, in 2 years this is what I want to do. In 5 years this is what I aspire to become, and then take his input in terms of where are my gaps, what do you think I need to develop on or improve. So converting your boss as a mentor is one of the aspects in terms of communication that can really help smoothening and maybe sometime fast tracking your career. Collaboration, that's another piece which I learned across my years. World is becoming complex. No one person can know everything, so it's impossible. And that's why getting that sense of team spirit is very important. As Indians, we are not very strong here. I have worked in Singapore, I have interacted with many different nationalities across my career. The kind of work or the team effect that has, like say for example Japan, it's phenomenal. And we typically like to be individual contributors, but as the world is becoming more and more complex, unless and until we start understanding the power and strength of team, is going to be very, very difficult for us to survive. And when you are in a team, please contribute wholeheartedly. So when I was in my IIMB campus, we used to have these projects and there used to be teams. So eventually, invariably, 1 or 2 guys in the team, they don't work. They don't contribute to project at all. So we used to call them passengers. So I don't know what you call them, but never ever be a passenger, because if you become a passenger, you're losing an opportunity to contribute. And then I have also seen when you come across people who are much or way smarter than you, people who are more knowledgeable, rather than getting intimidated about them, try to find opportunities to work with them, because that really helps in terms of developing yourself, and that collaboration can open many doors and many pathways for you in your career. Compliance, and compliance again, you take it in the form of a broad spectrum. You saw the examples of the companies went down, and one of the reasons, primary reasons, which kind of flows through that, is moral compass. The moral compass and ethical behavior, there is no shortcut to it. Irrespective of the many attractions that you will have in your careers, never ever lose this particular thing, because in the long term this is never ever going to help you. Respect your teams. Each organization will have standards and policies. As Indians, the first thing we try to find is a loophole. So stop doing that, because there is a reason and a purpose why these things are frameworks are built, and the more you respect understanding the true spirit of it, it can really help. And the last piece is in terms of 100% plus attitude. So whenever you are being asked or tasked to do something, always try to do something more than what is being expected. This really, really helps. In fact, it has helped me every time somebody asks me something. I will try to understand why is my boss asking me this. So rather than just giving that data, I'm exactly making myself sit in my boss' shoes and explaining and answering everything that he's going to ask me. So this habit of adding something every time we deliver is going to really help. Quality of work matters. Be very prompt in terms of the kind of work that you are putting in, and always try to work outside your comfort zone, because every time you cross that line, you learn something new. So in terms of overall wrap up, we started with why numbers don't tell the story fully, leadership, legacy and social values and how they get connected, and then 4 C's. What are 4 C's? Okay, I'll share my slide deck and 100% plus. So that's all I had, team. So if any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Now the house is open for questions.
Good morning, sir. This side, sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Diya Mehta. I'm a
Yeah.
second year student in supply chain management.
Okay.
My question is, as you enlightened us about the topic business beyond numbers, which is the three pillars, leadership, legacy, and social values, how has these three pillars helped you in your journey in supply chain field?
Okay, okay. So if you see from a leadership point of view, again, we talked about many things, and some of it, I kind of summarized at the end of it. When you talk about connecting with social values, or the organization's primary aim is not only making money, and when you start looking beyond that, trying to find a purpose, people start responding to it. So even in terms of in the manufacturing or a supply chain area, rather than pushing people in terms of what are your inventory targets, or what is going to be your operational expenses, if you are able to remove those numbers and talk about the things that excite people to drive that cycle of continuous improvement, that kind of excites people, and when they start working on it, the numbers will always follow. So that going beyond and trying to find direction and making people excited about something really worked well for me.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Senior Student Manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM.
Where is it? So I'm not able to.
So I'm right here.
Okay.
So since you said over communication is good, so there is a paradox spread out that too much is more.
Yeah.
So what is your take on setting limits on communication?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
so
it sounds like a rant instead of over communication. What is your take on
absolutely. So it is a good question, and so the answer lies in what I talked earlier in terms of what is critical and what is not. So when you communicate, and I have seen my teenager daughter, she keeps sending messages, and the rapidity with which she types, I mean that's to my mind is over communication. The communication in terms of understanding what is critical and talking about it, and again there is a calibration. When I say over communicate, I mean you are not going to every time you see that face you are going to talk about it, but ensure that the particular messages has been given, people understand. So one good thing which I find out is always ask that question. I explain you something, and then I ask you what did I explain you, and that confirmation is required. So I'll say calibrate it. Don't overdo it, because that is not going to help. You are creating more noise. But if you focus on what is critical, that often helps.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kumar Gaurav. I am from BITM Marketing 1. Sir, here.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, my question to you is, as you are serving in a 3M from last 18 years, I guess. Earlier, you were in Tata Springs as well for a long period of time. So, what are the factors, sir, which you to keep bonded within a single organization for this type of long period of time?
It's a good question, and it's comes to my near the core of what we were doing. So when we recruit people nowadays, I see the CVs of people, and one thing which strikes me is every 2 years, you are jumping. So when you join an organization, understanding the organizational ethos, trying to understand what that organization wants to do, learn about it, takes at least a year or so, and then you need to also contribute. So I do not know how people manage to assimilate all that in a period of 2 years so that they are ready to jump. So that's a problem, which I don't know why it happens, or maybe people are driven in terms of the career paths. If you look at my career path, say I worked with Sandvik almost 9-10 years. I worked with Tata Auto Components almost 7-8 years, 3M 17-18 years. So it is very important for you to join the kind of companies which will help you grow within themselves. If you join companies where you don't have alternate paths, then it becomes a problem. For example, look at me, like when I joined 3M, I was a complete hardcore manufacturing guy. Through and through, the entire career was manufacturing. But when I went into 3M, I was able to get, an exposure to supply chain side of it, demand planning, supply planning, production planning, warehouse, logistics. I also got a chance to work in terms of Lean Six Sigma. So organization, if you are joining an organization with that strength, rather than changing organizations, you change the paths within organization. And that kind of helps. If you look at even my career progression is also exactly 2 or 3 years, but it is in the same organization. If you see, I have also changed my roles every 2 or 3 years in the organization, but same organization. And that really helps. So if you get a good organization, stick to it for a reasonable time so that you add value, learn something, and then maybe you switch. Yeah, and just one more question, and maybe it's long time for you to go there. Age 50, that number, please remember. You need to settle in an organization before that age 50, because after that, you are going to have a very, very difficult times changing organization. So you need to be, nesting yourself right in terms of where you want to go. So remember that. Maybe it might be 20 or 30 years down the lane, but remember that.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I am Raj Brahmankar, specializing in supply chain and operations. My question is, as you have been into 3M since 17 plus years, what were the decisions which made you stand out and must have helped you in your corporate career?
Yeah, okay. Again, I tried to give some of the answers in my presentation, but like when I joined 3M, I joined in Pimpri, which was one of the smallest plants. My experience with that plant was, it was a plant which was an old plant. 3M had bought that plant just that time. The culture of that plant was completely different from the way organization or 3M as an organization wanted to, bring up. And within 1 or 2 years, when I was in that plant, I was able to, understand both what is expected out of the company and what we need to do in that plant. And as a plant manager, bridging that gap was one of my primary motives. And this ability to understand what is required and trying to deliver or over-deliver, that is what, caught attention of, like, I had a manufacturing director that time. She was a US lady, very strong-willed, Lynn Weltema, that was her name. So she saw that, what I was able to do in a small plant. And then from there, I shifted to the Ranganathan plant, which is our largest, plant in 3M. So that ability to do something better than what is expected, that really helps. And, for me, it again helped. And even in Ranganathan, that time, the plant was growing almost 25% year on year. The kind of things we initiated, both in terms of trying to bring the top line of the plant, trying to control the cost. Again, people were able to see what difference it is making. Then that was the point where I got kind of chosen as a leadership exposure, and they sent me to 3M Brazil almost for 9 months. So the moment the people understand the capability in you as a leader, then a lot of doors will open. One of the learning is, for me, you need to do hard work, because you also need to push you up in the organization. But at the same time, you also need to start cultivating mentors in the organization, because only your push is not going to help. It needs to be push from you, your hard work, and pull from your mentors. That's how you will grow in an organization.
Thank you, sir.
A very good morning, sir. My name is Sunny Bilare from Balaji Institute of Modern Management, specializing in operations and supply chain. Sir, in supply chain course, in the first year of our curriculum, we learned that about the past. Hello?
Yeah.
We learned about the decentralization strategy of supply chain or globalization strategy of supply chain, wherein the objective of supply chain is to maximize the supply chain surplus. And in that search, we looked for the globalization strategy. Now, when we came in the second year, the scenario, market scenario and geopolitical situations have changed so much that we are looking for a local strategy, vendor development in local environment. So we would like to hear what views do you have regarding this globalization versus localization strategy?
Okay. So It's a very interesting question, and I mean, maybe it also explains why I am right now in India after my 6 years of stint in Singapore. So we also, 3M also had the similar path. You can sit down, don't understand. So same path, we were kind of globalizing all the processes and systems, kind of aligning to the global module. Somewhere down the line, there was a realization that when you design an organization structure, there are two things that are important. So one is span of control, how many people are reporting to you. But the second is depth of control. You cannot have a depth of control starting from global, working at a country or maybe at a district level. It's too much from the depth point of view. So somewhere you need to start calibrating. And there was a realization even within 3M, our CEO kind of found out that if you have to grow, we need to have identified growth pockets. So they chose 2 growth pockets for 3M globally. So one was India, the second one was China. And there again, they reconstituted the organization so that we are now much more focused in terms of what is relevant for India. So that was one of the reasons, I was looking at some particular business for Asia, and they asked, Janan, I mean, this is what we would like you to, go back to India and focus and create a structure very India specific. Now this is how the supply chain dynamism works, because the policies that you are fixing, they are not, etched on stone. I mean, if the market changes, you need to be flexible and adapt. And I mean, I also explained in terms of when you build iconic institutions or organizations, that flexibility and adaptability is one of the core principles. And if you don't do that, then we can have a problem.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I am Darshan Mamre, doing specialization in marketing. Sir, according to me, working in any field is not only about taking stress, but also enjoying and being happy for the same, whatever task you do. So my question is simple and short. Like, what do you enjoy the most about supply chain?
Okay. So, I mean, if you ask, and my maybe answer will be crude, is, supply chain allows me to work with my hands on in terms of, you take a decision today in a shop floor concept, and you can see result tomorrow. So ability to produce something, create something that delights the customer. I think that gives me much more satisfaction of producing something. And that's why, I love to be in supply chain, manufacturing and supply chain.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Varalika Vishwakarma from Balaji Institute of Technology and Management.
Yeah,
so my question to you is how your leadership style has changed when you were a plant manager to now being a regional leader?
Okay, it's a very good question. So typically what happens is when you are growing, and again as an individual, you can individual contributors, there are certain things which make you very successful. But as you grow, if you are not able to understand what made you successful earlier, is not going to take you further, and this understanding and calibration is required. So earlier, when we are like, I started, my first role was as a production foreman in Robert Bosch. Again, but even my first job I had some team. But as you start growing up, what really matters is in terms of how are you working with the teams. It is not you are doing it, it's somebody else doing it for you. And how are you able to engage teams rather than being dictatorial or telling them what needs to be done. The answers need to come from them. So I'll just give an example. So I was working in Tata Auto Components. I had a Japanese boss. He was Kojima-san, very, very tough guy. And we used to have one particular problem in the shop floor, and we wanted to, desperate to find solutions. And we were doing a lot of reading, and we found one solution, and we kind of implemented that solution. The solution gave us a path to success, but that solution was not very good, and so that it failed. But at least it opened some doors. And then I asked him, I said, Kojima-san, I mean, you are in this spring manufacturing for so many years. I mean, you should have told us, this is not going to work. He said, Jan, and if I had told you this, how would you have learned? So this ability to allow people to grow, at the same time keeping a general path, I think that's something you as leaders you grow, you need to work on.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm Bhavna Mukesh Ramchandani I'm Senior Student Manager of Operations and Supply Chain. So I want to ask, as I have gone through your LinkedIn profile, so I have seen that you have started with shop floor operations to becoming a director in 3M. So what was your journey through shop floor operations from director?
Yeah, I mean, you want literal journey of mine or?
No, sir. What operation situations you faced there, from shop floor operations till director?
Okay. So, I mean, again, when you are in a plant environment, it's very focused in terms of delivery of products, or the parameters that you are working on they are very defined, and typically plant environments are very well structured. So that's where you start from a plant point of view. But as you grow, in terms of supply chain, or as you go a senior level, then these structures are not very strong, and there are a lot of areas. Everything is not black and white. The information will not be full. Your ability to judge and take decisions and take calls, that gets tested. Your ability to start connecting with like folks in business, your senior people like your managing directors, where you are connecting how the company is going to grow, taking the outside inputs in, working on strategies. Those are the different things, as you go from journey from a plant manager to maybe a manufacturing, taking care of all the plants and then becoming a supply chain or manufacturing director. So the ability to understand complexities, link it up with markets, linking it up with customers, devising strategies, and more importantly, communicating those strategies back to your employees so that we are able to execute them. I think that is a kind of a journey here.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yep.
Right here. I'm Siddharth. So you spoke about growing in the same organization, like 2 to 3 levels, and as you said, it's not easy. And I want to know what kind of strategies and goal setting you adopted in your career in order to achieve that kind of significant growth.
Yes, I mean, I'll not say significant growth, otherwise I would have been a managing director or CEO somewhere. Okay, yeah. But again, I explained that in some of my slides. So it's very important for you to have that open discussion with your supervisors and maybe peers, and also people who are important stakeholders. They may not be your supervisors, but they're important stakeholders in the organization. In terms of, first, you need to do what you are doing, and you need to do it well. That's a primary, a foundational element. And then ability to talk about it, ability to explain what you want to do, ability to show that interest, work on the gaps wherever you have. That kind of, really helps. So I just remember like one example where I was a plant manager and my manufacturing director said, okay, we need to make a manufacturing strategy for the plant. And then at that time we had 5 plants, and each of the plant manager, started presenting, first plant manager, second plant manager, and each of those, and she was a tough lady, and I mean, she was kind of, giving a hell of time to each of them. And then, when my time came and I started talking about it, I had worked enormous amount of effort in that particular presentation. I mean, as a plant manager, it was, I remember, about 60, 70 slides, and every aspect of the plant operation I was trying to build in. And when I went through that strategic plan for the plant, the only thing she said is, Jayanan, this plan is 90% good. So that ability to, put an enormous amount of work, trying to understand different facets, putting all that, synthesizing it together so that it makes a meaningful story, that really helps. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Gaurav Sanjay Kumar, Senior Student Manager in Operations and Supply Chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, I had a question. As we know the market dynamics, there's an imposition of tariffs and AI has been implemented. So how can an SCM individual sustain in this volatile market?
Okay, so I mean, it's a very broad question because, a lot of things are dependent in terms of which industries you are working, which factors are influencing. Like, for example, if you happen to be working in a shrimp industry, exporting to US, you are going to have a problem. But again, like when you are in a supply chain, things are going to change. And like at any given time, there will be, 4 or 5 fires burning in an organization. Like, for example, when I'm taking care of manufacturing for an organization that is selling 4,400 crores of material, there will be problems coming across, and every day there will be challenges. If I have, we have a month end, we have rains in Mumbai, we have a problem. There is a, somewhere there was an earthquake, we have a problem because one of my supplier was having an issue. So rather than, putting a straight-jacketed framework, we need to be nimble and flexible and adaptable in terms of the challenges that get thrown. What is important is you need to have a framework in terms of how do you react to these kind of situations. And if you have a framework, then reactions become easy. But if you start from scratch every time you have a problem or a crisis, then you find it yourself in a very difficult position.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, my name is Swaraj Sitole from BITM, specialized in finance. Sir, my question to you is, in your Lean Six Sigma journey, what is the most common misconception people have about Lean?
Okay, so again, maybe Six Sigma and Lean. Six Sigma is very much data driven. So what I was talking about, the numbers don't tell the story. And when I talk about Six Sigma, they say, in God we believe, for everything else, you need data. Okay, so it's diametrically opposite of what we are doing. But in terms of, structures and framework, it's a very effective methodology in terms of trying to solve problems. That's from the Six Sigma point of view. Lean, in terms of workflows, trying to improve, bring a culture of continuous improvement, I think the Lean philosophies work very well.
Good morning, sir. I'm Nupur Mal, a junior student manager from BITM Finance. And my question is, from your perspective, what makes supply chain management exciting as a career?
Okay, you are from?
BITM Finance.
Finance, okay. So why did you choose finance?
Sir, I love accounting. That's it.
Oh, you love accounting. Okay. So part of the answer is that. Again, when you do an MBA, that time you have multiple choices. And again, it's your inherent liking, a disposition in terms of what you want to do. I always loved manufacturing, and that was where my heart was. So that's how I chose it.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ayushi Sengar. I'm from BITM, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics. So my question to you will be that how do you balance cost efficiency with innovation in supply chain?
Okay, actually there is no balancing. I mean, when you innovate, you also often find that there are cost efficiencies that get built. So it's not either or. So there is again an interaction, and every time, in fact, it's the other way around. Every time I find my teams are under, cost pressure, we have things like brainstorming or hoppering sessions where teams come together, they find innovative solutions, and those innovative solutions help us getting that cost efficiency. So it's not either or, actually it helps, that innovation helps us to bring those cost efficiencies.
Hello, sir.
Yep.
Sir, this side. So what skills, quality or training does 3M looks in the candidates, and what steps should we take to improve our chances in getting recruited by your company?
Okay. Let me see. Because first of all, normally as a company policy, we don't hire fresh people. So it's a little difficult question for me to answer. But I'll try to give a general perspective when I look into candidates. Of course, when we look at somebody, the subject matter expertise is important. So that's a primary given criteria. But more important than that is the understanding of, his knowledge and how is he able to apply. That is very important for us to understand. So that application makes a hell of a lot of difference. And when you talk to people, now I've been in manufacturing industry for such a long time. You talk to somebody for 5 minutes, and you understand, the depth which the person is talking, in terms of his interest, in terms of his passion, in terms of his abilities to do things. You ask a typical question in terms of, what motivates you, or can you give us examples of the things that you are proud of, and can you give us examples of things that did not go well. And those are the things, tell us the passion with which you are working. So if your passion shows through, along with a strong subject matter expertise, you're likely to get hired.
So what training should we start doing right now to get into 3M?
You're in a good institute, so as like I think I was talking to the dean, and one of the things she told me to talk to you very specifically is, this is like an ocean of knowledge, and these interactions kind of help you to interact, but you're like a sponge, and the more you absorb, and it's not only absorb, how are you able to apply, if that understanding you have and work on it, that should really, set you up for good roles.
So certification do 3M takes after an experience of 2 to 3 years?
No, certification is not specifically. Typically we look at the caliber from the type of institute they come, but beyond that, it's more about interacting with the candidate and finding out. So, I'm personally, now I haven't told many people, I don't remember seeing somebody's certificates and then taking a decision.
Thank you, sir.
We are about to close the house with one last question.
May I now request Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, sir, Director, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to felicitate our guest of honor with a token of appreciation.
Now, I'd like to request our esteemed chief guest to felicitate our 3 outstanding students who have achieved a remarkable feat of 100% attendance. Please join me in applauding their dedication and commitment to academic excellence. May I please call upon on stage Ms. Priyanshi Thakur, Ms. Sakshi Sunil Desai, and Mr. Aditya Rathore. Ms. Priyanshi Thakur. Ms. Sakshi Sunil Desai. Mr. Aditya Rathore. Thank you, sir.
With these words, we would like to conclude, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Believe you can, and you are halfway there.
Please stand.
मैम आ जाइए. Next.
Organization don't just succeed because of system. They succeed because of people, passion and purpose.
It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Sandeep Rane sir, Managing Director and Chief Delivery Officer at Brilio, to Sri Balaji University Pune, a premier institution dedicated to excellence in education and research.
May I request our student manager Chanchal Yadav to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Gloria. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Chanchal Yadav, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, take immense pride in welcoming Mr. Sandeep Rane sir. Sir has 28 years of industry experience in IT. Currently, sir is the Managing Director at Brilio and leading the AI transformation of the business operations at Brilio. Sir is focused on building agentic operations across the company and transforming the key functions such as finance, HR, legal, IT, sales, delivery, operations by reimagining the business operations through an AI-first approach. In addition to that, Sir also provides oversight of delivery operations and geographic expansion in Mexico and Romania, along with leadership guidance to the Chief Information Officer and Chief Information Security Officer functions at Brilio. Sandeep Rane sir has built and managed large delivery units, led digital transformation and complex delivery across a wide spectrum of business domains, technologies globally. Sir has led significant transformation initiatives for Fortune 500 clients in banking and financial services globally using next-generation digital solutions supported by strong execution. Sir has been a trusted advisor for clients and have a strong passion for building strong teams and capability to execute large-scale digital transformation initiatives. On behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune, I once again extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Sandeep Rane sir and look forward to his invaluable insights on the occasion on Anweshanam 4.0. I now hand over the proceedings to you, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. It's on. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Louder. Okay. So I don't have a presentation today for you. So we'll talk. And as we talk, I want you to participate. So brief introduction about myself, right? Been in the industry for 28 years. I know she just spoke about it. I graduated from NIT Rourkela, 1997. I'm a mechanical engineer. I always wanted to be in automobile industry. But through campus, I landed into IT. That's where I am now. So I spent 25 years with Cognizant, and the last 3.5 years, I'm with Brilio. Who is Brilio? Brilio is we are a 5,000, 6,000 company. We are the enterprise AI accelerators for our customers, helping them navigate this whole shift and pivot to adoption of AI. So we are the AI specialists who actually help our customers across banking and financial services, insurance, communications, media, technology, sure, healthcare, life sciences, retail and consumer goods, right, manufacturing and so on. So it's a pleasure to be here today, actually. Thank you. I was talking to Professor Dr. Viru. It's a pleasure to meet you and share experiences that I have gained over the last 28 years. I've gone through the journey that you have gone through. Of course, I didn't have a management degree, but the journey has been fantastic, actually, last 28 years. So I'll share what I have gone through and how that will help you. Now, you know, the theme today is Viksit Bharat. What do you think is Viksit Bharat? What comes to your mind when you say it's Viksit Bharat? I need some mics. Sorry? Made in India, okay. Technologically sound. What else? Quick. Sorry? Okay. Largest economy, okay. Manufacturing powerhouse, okay. Sorry? Developed country, okay. So if you go and Google, right, Bharat is basically a developed nation by 2047, coinciding with the 100 years of independence of our nation. It's also about a $36 trillion economy by 2047. It also means that it's not only about economic power. It's not about economic development. It also means that there has to be innovation. There has to be leaders who should bring in social welfare. It has to be many things, right? It has to be skills. It has to be talent. And what does the institute today play a role in that? What does your institute play? How do they play a role in that? They're already on the journey to actually build you up for that stage, right? Where you can help deliver the vision that our country has of Viksit Bharat. So what does your institute contribute? They're building you as a leader. They're building you as an innovator. They're building you as an entrepreneur. Many roles, right? So they are actually building you. I don't know how much of you that you realize the role that institute is today playing in shaping you for that future. First, realize that. I'm sure when you go back after 10, 15 years, you'll realize that, but it might be too late when you realize that. Because your contributions today and how you perceive what your institute is doing today to shape your career is very important. I was talking to the team which kindly escorted me, Aditya and Prachi, and I realized that about 200 plus sessions where somebody from the industry comes and speaks with you. That's 200 is a lot. It's not easy. Getting somebody to find time to come and interact with students is not easy. You need to really have passion to be here and actually share those experiences with you all. So Now I spoke about what the institute is doing, right? They're building entrepreneurs, they're building skills in you, they are actually helping you gain more industry perspective, right? So how do you contribute? What does it mean for you? Some mics. How do you contribute? Come on. Where do you see yourself contributing to this journey? How many of you want to be an entrepreneur, by the way? Very few hands, huh? Okay. So let me talk about, what is needed and what is the future. Okay. After spending 28 years in the industry, after understanding multiple industries and having seen IT evolve, okay, I feel that maybe 6 months down the line, I might not have a job. I have tremendous amount of experience. You call me, I've worked across the globe. I've worked with people across countries. I've been in very difficult situations. I don't think 6 months down the line, I might be in a situation where I might not have a job. Why do you think so? Sorry? Sure. Very good point. AI. What else? What else? Think. Be creative. It's a conversation. Constantly changing market dynamics. Excellent. Geopolitical dynamics. What else? Sorry? Supply chain issues. Right? Political leaders. Okay. Political leaders can't do anything to jobs. Yeah, they can take policies. Yeah. Yeah, the change, right? There's a significant change. So if at 50 plus, sir spoke about have a secure job at 50, be settled. I find that it's hard. I find, maybe I'm more confident that, I might work for another 10 years. Having said that, I'll definitely work for 10 to 12 years more. But I do find that many of the mothers in the industry are at that same cusp where I don't know whether they will have jobs. So why am I telling you this? Do you realize why I tell you this? Because you're getting into the industry right now. When I started working, there was mainframes. I worked on mainframes. 1 year into mainframes, people told me that, hey, this is legacy. You will lose your job. So we learned open systems, we went through the .com era, and then .com busted. Then we went through, new technologies. Technologies keep changing. I'm still learning. Every other day I have to learn. My learning is maybe more than many others because technology keeps changing. When you are getting into the industry right now, you don't know how the industry will pan out in the next few years. So, as we look at the vision for a developed India, or we looked at the vision of a nation which is supposed to be Atmanirbhar, it has to be a manufacturing hub. It has to have a public infrastructure that takes care of health, social welfare. It has to be a leader in supply chain. It has to be a leader in having skills, talented individuals, right? I think the estimate today is that you need 500 million people to be skilled by 2047. It roughly translates to about 7.85 million people to be skilled every single year. when it's hard to skill 400, 500 people, think about that number that the country has got. So the responsibility is with the future leaders, right? You are the future leaders. So, we should talk about what you should do. What is in it for me? The world evolves around what is in it for me, for everyone. So what you should do? Can anyone talk about what you should do? By the way, it's a very important topic of what is in it for me and what you should do. I'm focusing on that because I think before me, sir, very aptly articulated all the qualities that you should imbibe. Spoke about ethics, spoke about compliance, he spoke about leadership. I can't, I think years of industry experience that was brought into the session in just 45, 50 minutes was very valuable. I don't know how much you recollected. Those examples were very valid. Those examples teach us a lot of stuff. And I interact with a lot of the folks who were in Satyam. They just love the company still. They said that was the best place. There were livelihoods that were created for a lot of people in Andhra Pradesh, or the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. They still stand by their leader. That's so unfortunate, right? But, overnight things can happen. So those leadership qualities are very, very valuable. Okay, you can think, right, how things change. How many of you know about Dream 11? Everybody knows about Dream 11. Very good. What happened? What happened? They were one bill comes and they're done. Correct? What happened to the, I'm sure your generation would not have clicked pictures using those reels, right? Kodak disrupted. Correct? So I think it is changing so fast today that a lot of jobs are getting easier and will be done by agents who are AI agents and not by human beings. When we talk about what is AI first means that, earlier you were designing your systems around people and processes and thinking about automation afterwards. Now you're thinking about how the agents can actually deliver the same work and then humans can come later. It's actually rapidly progressing every single day. I'm sure you guys are very well aware of what is ChatGPT, what is Perplexity, and what is Gamma and other stuff, right? But every other day this technology is moving fast, and this is the first time I can tell you that it is disrupting IT. It is disrupting IT at such a pace that many companies will cease to exist after 6 months to 9 months. So I said that, hey, I don't know whether I'll have my job. So the point I'm trying to make here is, it's extremely important that you think about your future with that perspective. Life is not as simple as just going and putting something on a ChatGPT, getting the answer, and maybe finishing your assignment, right? They also, while the technology is great, it also means that you do something very different. Yeah. So I think the first and foremost, if I were you today, I would build very future-ready skills. Right? What are you getting trained on today? What are you being taught? What should be the future? Of course, I will say, hey, learn AI to the level where you are keeping a tab on what's happening. You're able to use it, because any industry you go, it is going to get transformed. It is going to use AI. Right? It is a question. It's not a question about whether I should adopt. It's a question about when. Right? It's a question about what the appetite an industry has got or a company has got to adopt it. Right? A company like mine, we are AI first because we just have to get 100% towards that. Everything is AI today for us. What services we deliver has been recast into how in AI is infused in that, how we work internally. Everything is that, right? But industries have different type of flavors, so every industry will be different. Supply chain will be different. Manufacturing will be different. But I can promise you, if you don't have AI skills and you are not ready for the future, you will find yourself at a little disadvantage as compared to the others who are having very future ready skills. Yeah. Understand your data well. Without data, there is nothing. What's getting powered is powered by data, right? So, future ready skills is extremely important, right? I think the second is multidisciplinary learning. Today I'm a finance guy. Not sure, just finance helps. Well, you identify, it's good that you identify yourself as a specialist in some area, but multidisciplinary learning is extremely important. Having adjacency in your skills is extremely important. If you don't have adjacency in your skills, it's going to be hard. Yep. The third thing is have an entrepreneurial mindset. I'm not saying, actually in an MBA class, having 4 or 5 hands go for entrepreneurship is actually not very, it's not very exciting actually, okay? I'll be very frank. But if, having an entrepreneurial mindset does not mean that you need to found something. You need to create something, okay? If you are joining a place, if you're joining a firm, have that curiosity in yourself as to how it works. Why? Have the big picture as you do the, do your job. And I'll go back to the correlation with the previous session about context. That's what exactly it is about. If you don't know the context, if you don't know the larger picture, at times, you will actually be doing some things without thinking about what impact you can make. Right? So having an entrepreneurial mindset is extremely important. People who have entrepreneurial mindset will go far ahead in their careers as opposed to people who are very tactical. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is think about having a very global exposure. It's no longer, we are so connected, it's no longer about us being in our cocoons, right? So how do you develop a global exposure? So what's happening today? What's the news today in the market? Can there somebody tell me what's the GDP doing today? How's the GDP doing? Finance guys, please. Sorry? 7.8%. Good. What was it forecasted? 6.8%, okay? 6.7%. 7.8%. So what happened? Till yesterday they were talking about tariffs, right? Okay. How many of you guys read this news today? 1 person. 2, 3, 4, 5. Why others have not looked at it? How much time do you spend in social media, by the way? Insta, Facebook? I'm sure Institute doesn't give you that much time to look at that anyway. But look, this is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Don't think that what I just said, of course it doesn't mean anything for the common man, but it means a lot for you. Do you realize that we are so well connected? You know, so many questions came on supply chain. I'm not a supply chain expert, by the way, right? It'll be very hard for me to talk about this with experts sitting here and future experts in the room. But if you think about that simple topic of supply chain today, a lot of the happenings around tariffs, everything, it's got a significant impact. Right? So have a global exposure. You know what is happening in the economy, what's happening with other countries, how things are progressing is extremely important, because if you can't correlate, you miss the bus. Yeah. Strengthen your soft skills and leadership. Being the best subject matter expert only will not help. There are a lot of other attributes that go along with it. Sir spoke about, are you talking enough about your job? Talking right about your job? Are you communicating right? Are you communicating, over communicating? But having a network is extremely important. And you are in a fantastic place to network. If you don't know this 400 students here or 500 students here, who is doing what, I would say that 2 years, this 500 should network. The power of this 500 plus the alumni who was passed out and who's going to come in the next year, you get a huge base to network. If you don't network, I can tell you, you will make life very hard for you. And by the way, you can't network. You can't decide that, hey, today I want to network, so I start networking. It's a period. It's a journey over a period of time, right? And soft skills are extremely important. How do you behave? How do you work together? I'm sure each one of you are very competitive. Of course, everybody has to be competitive. But if you can't articulate, if you can't have emotional EQ, it's very hard. All the supply chain experts will go to the workshop floor, right? You will go there. You have to go there. Otherwise, you don't know what it is. Operations, you have to go somewhere and figure out how the things work on the ground. You know what the folks who are working there might say? In suit boot who have come here. That's what happened to me when I went for my industrial training. They said, hey, you're all engineers. Why are you asking me this question? You figure it out. Why should I tell you? Soft skills, extremely important. I can tell you that. So if you are a very shy person, be shy in your personal space. You can't afford to be shy in a corporate place. You can't afford to not represent yourself or have a view and opinion and collaborate, right? I think, we already spoke about ethics, purpose. It's extremely important what you stand for, what values you bring to the table, what credibility that you have, okay, as skill. It has to come inherent. It has to come in your value system. You cannot be always finding out what is my jugaad. Obviously, jugaad is extremely important, but finding that loophole, like what sir said, is extremely important. You can't. In a certain way, if it is ethical, yes. If it is not ethical, no. Yeah. I spoke about networking. Yeah, engage in learning lifelong how you adopt. Okay, and why I say that lifelong you should adopt, because things will change. Things will change in 5 months. Things will change in 6 months. What do you do? So unless you adopt, it's going to be extremely hard. Correct? And how many of you think about as you grow, right, in your careers, you have to also give back. There are people who will shape your careers. There are mentors who will shape your careers. You have to shape others' careers. If you are talking about a developed nation by 2047, you will be, I think, 22 years older than by that time. You will have lot more of experience. You'll have to give back. Yeah? So look, I can talk more about AI. I can talk about IT. I want to open it right now and ask you, what do you want to hear? What experiences do you want to hear? Can you have some mics, please?
Good morning, sir. My
Yeah.
name is Shivam Mishra. I'm doing my MBA in Data Science and Business Analytics from BIMM. Sir, I would like to speak more on AI and data science in Brilio.
Sure, but what do you want me to speak? It's very broad.
So nowadays the technology is shifting, the type of certifications. So I would like you to speak on what are the core components that a student currently doing MBA, like the technology that is
right? So you still need the experts to kind of look at it, but you will not need generalists for sure. So my point is, understand the basics of AI for sure. Go through and you should understand what is prompt engineering. You should be able to write prompts that actually help you get the data. And in your respective field of specialization, how does AI come in and how does AI disrupt? Are there models which are very specific to your field? What are those models? What do they do? You will interact with these models for sure. I can tell you with surety that wherever you go, it's a progressive place, it's a progressive world, you will interact. Did I answer your question?
Good morning, sir. Myself, Soham Munot, studying MBA Marketing right now. Sir, I hope you are liking your time at our institute. Sir, so my question was about the entrepreneur mindset that you briefly discussed. So can you just elaborate a bit about it, of how exactly it can help us, and what exactly do you mean by an entrepreneur mindset?
Okay. An entrepreneurial mindset means many things. Tomorrow, if you start your business, right? The first question that you will ask is, what's the viability? Why will people buy what I produce? Right? Is my business going to be sustainable or not? Correct? You will think about values. Of course, passion comes with it. Whatever you do, you have to be very passionate about it. If you don't have passion, I can tell you, I have not seen an entrepreneur who is not passionate about what they're trying to do. So they love what they do. Okay? Of course, there are some entrepreneurs who want to build, make money, sell, and move on. But there are entrepreneurs who want to really build and create and take it to the next level. So the passion is extremely important. Questioning yourself every day is extremely important. Being ready to disrupt yourself is extremely important. Having the hunger is extremely important. About having the ability to be critiqued, important. Learning is extremely important. Looking at the future is extremely important. Values that you inculcate, values that you want to build, and culture that you want to imbibe. I would say these 6-7 things are extremely important. I'll come to the last thing. What an entrepreneur does. When you start, many things starts in the garage, right? Why? Don't have money. What does the entrepreneur do? They do all the jobs. They don't say that, hey, I need somebody to move this chair from here to there. I need an HR department. Correct? So be ready to do everything. I have seen, by the way, you might not like this. I have seen many management grads, fresh grads who come and say, hey, I don't want to do this. I'm an MBA. Be ready for a rude shock when you join someplace. How many of you think that what I'm saying is not correct? So you just can't ignore basics and being on the ground. A degree doesn't help you. A degree teaches you methods. It teaches you frameworks. It prepares you. But when you come to an industry, the industry you need to be grounded to the level where you first find the roots. You find how it works. If you're not on the shop floor, you will never know what happens. You will only be in Excel sheets and yeah. So I had the pleasure of working with many grads, management grads. Few of them, most of them actually were ready to really work hands-on on the ground. They are doing fantastic today. They are really doing very well in their careers at very good positions. But then if you come with that attitude that, hey, I'm a grad, management grad, I can't do this, it's not good. I hope I answered your question. What else?
Hello, sir. On the same lines, sir, what would you think of those, say, businesses or entrepreneurship projects which have not been able to, say, sustain? Because in those aspects, don't you think a 360-degree view and being practical would be playing a vital role? And if you see the job market that's present, like in the current scenario, you would see that the employee rate is reducing because of the technology that is increasing. So if somebody has to create a sustainable entrepreneurship project, what would be your take on that?
Okay, that's a very good question actually. What's your name?
Sir, Rebecca Anthony from
Rebecca,
BITM.
thank you. You have taken a lot of notes. See, look, the market is not a very good place. Yeah? I don't think that the placements are very great as well. For the last year, maybe it was not there. This year, it is still not there. We have to yet to see because the economy has not picked up. Correct? So, what do you do? How are you planning? I hope everybody gets placed, by the way. Yeah? Don't take me wrong. What are you doing different?
Trying to upgrade to the level
Upgrade
of the
what?
industry. Upgrade skills based
Skills? What skills?
which on the requirement of the industry, sir.
What is the requirement of the industry in your field?
Maybe the tools that would be required, say, since my specification is on digital marketing and business analytics,
Correct.
maybe the tools that is required by the industry.
Correct.
Maybe those tools, if I can match
Understand?
up to
Sure. I think this is very good. You have to differentiate yourself. If somebody is going to talk to 5 of you, the best differentiate, you can sit please. The best person who is going to be selected is somebody who differentiates himself or herself. Correct? How do you differentiate then? Think about it, how do you differentiate? Make yourself so compelling that the person standing in front of you says, hey, this is the person I need. Today, I can tell you, in our industry as well, right, it's not that the clients are not spending money, right? They're spending money. It's not that the clients are saying, I'll go to the topmost, biggest firm that can give services. They're okay to go to a very smallest firm who can give services. But they are looking at what is differentiating. Okay? So differentiation is extremely important when it comes to, this thing. Look, on entrepreneurship is a very different thing, right? People who really want to create something will actually go for entrepreneurship. They don't think about failures when they start going and conceptualizing about entrepreneurship, right? Of course, entrepreneurship can go either way, right? And that means that there needs to be guidance, there need to be mentorship, their business case and has to be extremely important for somebody to fund them, right? Again, the viability of what they produce is extremely important. But it's true that they also need to differentiate. If you are already going into a very saturated market, unless you differentiate, it's going to be very hard. Why do people eat Maggi, by the way? Weakness, why? Sorry? Instantly. Many things can happen instantly. Zepto also comes very instantly. Sorry? Cost effective. Okay. What about health? When you go to the mountains in the north, what do you get? Maggi. They're caught onto something. This is how the brands are made. This is how you... Okay. Have you had Parle-G? Everybody has Parle-G, right? Have you realized the size of Parle-G? Reduced, right? The cost reduced. So still you want Parle-G, right? Still very popular. How do they sustain? Marketing guys. Correct. So the point I'm trying to tell is that, look, there is, yes, I was coming to the point of markets, right? The markets are not good. It's not that companies are not spending money. Companies are spending money. They are very measured. They are spending money in innovation for sure, but they're also looking at a cost optimization at the same time, right? So you need to differentiate for sure, right? Take from me, you need to differentiate. So if you have time, I'm sure some of you are already going through the campus placements right now. Think through how do you differentiate? What do you do differently? Any other questions?
Good morning, sir. My name is Ishika from BITM Marketing. My question is, what strategies have you found effective for building high performance in team? Like, how can students like us prepare ourselves to contribute effectively to global team from day one?
Let's talk about high performance first, because if you're high performance, you solve what you just asked as the subsequent thing, right? You can sit. So high performance teams, how do you build high performance teams? Having the right supervisors make a big difference for high performance teams, by the way, right? Ability to spot people, ability to spot talent, right? I'll give my personal example, right? When I joined my training, there were my peers who were actually writing code very fluently, and we were just learning. I had coded in Fortran, which is a procedural language, because I was a mechanical engineer. 65 of us vying for 1 or 2 terminals at that point in time, as opposed to the computer science grads who had, the entire class had 1 computer for themselves. So the situation is very different right now, but there were goosebumps. We were sitting in weekend at work, trying to learn, going through that time, used to have IBM book managers who can teach you what COBOL meant. Then when .com came, there was a lot of hard work to learn the new technologies. Right? What can happen at a click of a button? When we had to go through that at that point in time. Right? There were leaders who actually believed that I could do more than what I thought that I could do. Yeah? You never think about, hey, I have not done this, so can I do this? You focus on fundamentals. If you don't focus on fundamentals, you will not go anywhere. Concepts will come, newer technologies will come. Their ability to learn and adapt is based on what fundamentals you have learned. So ChatGPTs can help you today. Click of a button, things can happen, but if you don't understand the crux behind your subject, it will not help you. So balance it. Right? Creativity, creative thinking, problem solving, doesn't go away with any of these technologies coming in. So pushing yourself is extremely important. Having the right mindset and attitude is extremely important. Yeah, you will not succeed if you don't think that you can do it first in your mind. Try yourself. Fail fast. I'm not saying reinvent the wheel. It will be stupid to reinvent the wheel. Right? Somebody has done it. Take that and move on. I think the one other thing that Sir spoke about is that if somebody is really good, learn from them. Don't have this animosity to say, hey, why?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Kumar Gaurav, specialized in marketing from BITM. Sir, you talked regarding your contribution, right? You said you have to realize your contribution. What are you contributing now? Otherwise, you will regret it. Sir, I was thinking a lot, but I didn't get it. What I should realize for now. So please throw some light on it, sir.
That's a very broad question that you put toward me. What you should realize now. I actually didn't get your question. Articulate it again. Let's take one more try.
Sir, you said you have to realize your contribution as you are pursuing your MBA degree.
Correct.
So what are you contributing?
Okay. So look, I don't know the context at which you picked up that what I said, but I would say that, you know, what are you learning today? How are you going to apply that today, right, in future? Is extremely important, correct? Are you focused on very fundamentals of what you're learning, right? Is very important. How do you contribute as an individual going forward will actually depend on, you know, what you do, what skills you bring to the table, right? See, when I say that you are the future leaders, your future leaders are going to contribute to the nation building, right? So your contributions are going to be extremely immense, right? In whichever field that you do, right? Who knows, you might actually build a company tomorrow. What I meant by your contribution is what you learn today, what skills you acquire today, and how you apply them in going forward.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
So my name is Gaurav and I'm doing my MBA in digital marketing. As you shared that you wanted to go into the automobile sector, but you landed up into IT sector. So I want to know how you handle the transition.
There was no transition. We just, when you're fresh from college, you're learning. So of course, you know, I feel bad sometimes that, you know, I should have still pursued it, but I have no regrets that, you know, I have in a different field. You just focus on learning, right? I think what engineering teaches you at some point in time beyond the, you know, the details of your subject is also it teaches you to be very analytical, right? Your analytical skill actually can take you far. So it was just a sheer passion that now I'm here, so let's learn what is there, and the analytical skills actually which helped, which is helping today also, by the way. And I can tell you what has really helped is the focus on fundamentals. If you are in the programming field and you don't understand the fundamentals of programming languages, a lot of languages will come and go. You will not be able to pick it up. Similar to every field, there are some fundamentals which don't change. So you're being taught methods, frameworks. You're not applying them, no? Your caselets, how much of you are applying them? Are you getting real life problems to apply them? No. You will get them in the future, no? That time you will not remember what theory you learned. There is a gap between the, you know, what you learn but what you learn is giving you a method. It's giving you a framework as to how you address problems. And you will start applying them as you go along. It's the same thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mic, please. Here.
Good morning, sir. My name is Sakshi Chandra from Marketing, BITM. Sir, how does multidisciplinary learning prepare us for industries that are rapidly evolving with technology?
Yeah, so look, I'll give an analogy to you. When I started in my journey of programming, right, we used to design, if anyone understands programming here, I'll just tell you, we used to design the user experience You used to design the code that is mid-tier, what they call in IT. You used to design your database, right? And it was all done by us, one person. You didn't have a database modeler. You didn't have somebody who was coding backend, somebody coding front end, and thinking about how the user interface should look like, right? Then things evolved. Technology became more complex. Now you need an UI specialist to design the user interface, right? There are people who study human behavior to think about how to design your web page, where you should click, how many clicks, right? Then there are people who are, specialists on data modeling and so on. So we got into concept of what is called as, front-end architects, back-end developers or back-end specialists, mid-tier architects and so on, right? Then we came to an age where we are saying, hey, all of that is fine, too much complexity, we need full stack. How many people have heard what is full stack? Okay, good. So full stack means that you know everything from across all the tiers. You understand what is the front end, you understand what is mid-tier, you understand what is back end. How does a full stack get developed? You say, hey, I need a full stack developer. A 3-year, 4-year experienced person can never reach a full stack, developer stage, right? Because it needs a lot of experience. But what do? They understand the basics. They understand adjacencies. By adjacency, I mean that if I understand something very well, do I understand something which is affiliated to it? Now, to take this analogy back to your field, correct? What do I need to know? What is adjacent to me? What is adjacent to me from a technology perspective? What is adjacent field in the field of marketing? If I have to be a great marketing person, what I do need to learn extra as skills? Those adjacent skills, that's why I said multidisciplinary is extremely important, right? You specialize on something, you have some electives which help you with the adjacency, right? And couple that with technology. That's the most powerful combination than somebody who is just a specialist.
Thank you, sir.
Are people very shy or you're not inquisitive? Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ritik Patel. I am from BITM Marketing. Sir, my question is that you are working at Cognizant before Brillo. So what leadership lesson from your time at Cognizant have been most valuable in your role at Brillo?
So I think the most, actually many of them, right? Cognizant shaped my career, right? I think the company was extremely entrepreneurial when I joined. Of course, this 25 years is a long journey, right? So that entrepreneurial behavior, what passion got created there, carried up with me, right? I'm in a smaller firm as compared to this more specialist firm. So the entrepreneurship that was behavior or the culture that I experienced there actually helped me when I joined. The second thing is that, when you are very small, when I joined, it was maybe 800 people small. When I left, it is 250,000. You go through that journey, you understand exactly how you work, how you think, what can fail, how do you build. All of that actually I carried along with me.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I am Swaraj Sitole from BITM, specialized in finance. Sir, my question to you is, in your view, how can Indian IT companies differentiate themselves globally in the next decade beyond cost competitiveness?
It's a very good question. I think it's all about differentiation. By the way, cost competitiveness is almost going, right? If you look at it, all the large enterprises have their own, what they call as GCCs now in India, right? There are 1,500 of them. Another 200, 300 is going to come in the next couple of years. They are almost delivering the same type of work that IT services firms are delivering, right? So there is competition globally, there is competition domestically. So the only way you do is to reinvent yourself so that you are differentiating and you're so compelling, right? Whether it is cost or whether it is the outcome that you deliver. So if you really look at it, firms are moving towards from just, linear correlation of how many people and how much revenue is getting generated to a very outcome centric. Like if you look at product companies today, product companies they have a very non-linear model of revenue, right? If you look at service providers have a very linear way of actually delivering their revenue growth. So the linkage is actually moving away for the services firm to more outcome based, where you actually kill the linkage between human capital, headcount, and their revenues, right? So the real shift is all about getting the differentiation right and pivoting right. There are companies who are big who really need to change. How do you transition that change? Change management is the biggest thing that a lot of the IT services firms today are facing. How do they retrain their thousands of people on a newer technology which is coming, which is going to disrupt everything, where people won't have jobs because they are not skilled. I spoke about this whole thing, right? If you just take a 36 trillion economy and you're talking about 500 million people getting skilled in this country. When I'm saying skilled, don't look at this team here, this room here. You're talking about all the strata of the society, right? People who are economically poor, who are not, who have not got formal education. We are talking 500 million to be skilled, which means 7.85 million per year to be skilled. It's a huge number, right? So change management is the biggest impact the IT services firms are going to face. And a lot of them are reinventing themselves, right? I was recently talking to somebody, there's a very respected firm, I won't name them. They changed 80% of their mid-management level in the last 1 year because their mid-levels were not ready to change or accept that there is a new technology is coming in and change the ways of their working or to gain adequate skills that help you in that. I started saying that, no, I don't know if I will have a job in 6 months. If I don't change, if I don't learn, and that will apply to everyone actually. I promise you that. So learn, wake up and be prepared with right skills. Developing what is the skills of the future, what else you need to do beyond what you're doing right now. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hi. Good morning, sir. Myself, Sarabjit Singh. I am specializing in operation and supply chain. So as you are a managing director right now, so I wanted to ask a long vision question. Like we see a lot of time when we work in an environment or a company, we say we have to be visible to our stakeholders, and now you have been a stakeholder. So what's your point of view for appointing from a mid-level management to a higher level management? What are the criteria, or not the basic criteria of experience or, as you said, differentiator, but other personal criteria or a company's point of view criteria which major factors, and also for the retention plan specific company does?
See, with retention is very simple, right? If you address what is in it for me, you are actually retaining people. People are loyal to you when they know that their growth, their career is taken care of, right? Now, of course, that has two connotations that you are also putting in. Like the number of resources I'm sure that the university gives you are phenomenal. How much of you use them? Are you using them to the full potential? No, right? Can you then say that, hey, university is not helping me this? You can't say that, right? There's so many resources. Your professors are there to help you out, right? How much of, I'm sure that there is a section of people who will use it. There is a section of people who will not use it. Take it for granted that, hey, 2 years I will anyway get an MBA degree here. That is a very bad thought process. There are resources, leverage the resources. Of course, time is an issue. You find that out, right? So the second part, so loyalty gets taken care of what is in it for me. Okay, that's retention. I think, you know, when you're looking at somebody getting it from mid-management to this is all about, you know, when you actually see growth for individuals in their careers, why do growth happen? One is your performance is great. Second, you have potential. There are people who grow because they are already there in that, are performing in that roles. You might be performing in your next role already, right? So there are very simple two criteria that is looked at. Do you have the potential? Do you have the performance? Right? So tomorrow if I am in this institute to look for potential grads, what do I look for? I don't look for your, of course I look at, you know, maybe a glance of your CGPA or percentages, whatever it is. But that is not only thing, you know, somebody having a lower CGPA might be more smarter, more aware, more having a good presence of mind, right? By the way, when I stand here, no, I can figure out and I can have a very good look around the room and say, hey, at a broad level, right? Who are really have some spark in them, just by looking at them. Who is feeling sleepy? Who is feeling bored? It's just, I'm just giving you as an example, right? So I think, you know, it's a little well-rounded question, Sarvjit. I think it's a question of performance and potential. Yeah?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We are about to close the house with one last question.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ayushi Sanger from BITM, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics. So my question to you will be that you talked about AI. So what are your perspective on AI replacement on certain roles in digital marketing?
Very good question. Marketing is one of the areas which is significantly impacted by it, right? Like content creation. Earlier somebody was creating content. You know, the whole generative AI that we talk about is creating content. So you don't need content creation guys in future. Yeah, you might need somebody to fine tune it, but I can tell you that you don't need them. So marketing is you know, I can have agents actually do a lot of the things that content creators are doing. Campaigns, figuring out the efficiency of the campaigns, effectiveness of the campaigns, that also, you know, can be done without humans. Of course, you need humans in the loop, but do I need, earlier I needed 10 humans, do I need 10 humans? Maybe 1 or 2 humans, right? So, yes, marketing is a significant impact area from an AI perspective, but I won't call it as an impact. I would call it, I would not say that, you know, AI is going to replace, this whole connotation of AI is going to take jobs out. You know, this is not something which is new to the industry, right? He said automation will take jobs out before that, but still the jobs are there. So, you know, people need to just have their mindset very changed, right? To say, how do I adapt myself? So, I don't want you to go back thinking that, hey, I will not get jobs because AI is there, right? How do I adapt to be coexistent, learning the technology to be there to say, what does the new looks like? What does the new world looks like? The same is true for going to be supply chain. The same is going to be true for operations. Same is going to be true for finance. HR as well, by the way. Right? Again, example, right? Today, companies spend a lot of time onboarding. We have people who actually onboard. You're going to join a place, they'll onboard. That whole onboarding is not required. It all can be done by a system now. Where a system is going to think the same way as what you are thinking. It's going to learn the same way as you're learning. It is not perfect yet. It will get perfect. It's costly now, but I'm sure it will get cheaper. Yeah? So the perspective has to be very simple to say, I would definitely think about how is it changing? How do you adapt yourself to be coexistent with that technology change? How do you learn the technology? Answers? Good. So thank you, team. It is a pleasure to be here to interact with you guys. I have 1 or 2 things before I end my session. Okay. Uh, Three things actually. I have committed to professor that I will come more. So if you need, let me know. I've not been able to come for quite some time. I feel very guilty about it, but I will make myself available, and I can actually help you as a mentor from what in the capacity I can help from. Number one, bring in more industry perspective for you. Number two, look, the future is not about you getting a degree or you getting placed. Future is all about you making an impact for what you're learning. I'm sure everybody of you will get placed, some early, some late, right? But it is all about impact that we generate. The third thing that a very interesting observation I had, when I looked at these two rows, not rows, the columns, right, of the room, we had one row full of women, one row full of men, and it goes till the back. This row becomes not the same pattern, that row is the same, this thing, to all the women, right? Don't stop working. We need more women leaders in the industry. It makes a big difference having women leaders in the industry. And, when we talk about leadership, women leadership makes a big impact to corporates. I know times gets harder. My personal ask, don't ever stop working. I think there's a lot of need that the industry has, the country has. It's a personal ask. Thank you very much.
May I now request Dr. S.B. Agassi, sir, Registrar, to felicitate our guest of honor with the token of appreciation.
Let's take a refreshment break of 10 minutes. Girls, kindly proceed to the right side of the Audi using the right door. Boys, please proceed to the left side using the left door. Thank you. Leadership is not about titles. It's about influence, impact, and inspiring others to create change.
It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Mahatma Agrawal Sir, Associate Director, Alvarez and Marshall. We are delighted to introduce you to Sri Balaji University, Pune, a leading university that fosters innovation, creativity, and intellectual growth.
May I request our student manager, Ritik Yaduvansh, to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Gloria. Good afternoon, one and all. I, Ritik Yaduvansh, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It is my privilege to welcome our esteemed guest, Mr. Mahatma Agrawal Sir, Associate Director, Alvarez and Marshall. Sir is seasoned consultant with experience focusing on value creation programs, performance improvement, product development, and commercial excellence for large global corporate and private equity firms. Sir domain areas include communications, media and entertainment, healthcare, insurance, and retail. Previously, Sir has led capability business of communication, media and entertainment, center of expertise at Bain & Company, delivering impactful solution for global telecom and media client. A past fellow of Academy of Healthcare Management and certified cloud professional, Sir combines expertise in corporate strategy, advanced analytics, and process improvement to deliver measurable business impact. Sir is here with us to share his thoughts on how Indian digital landscape is expected to evolve over time and what are some of the emerging trends influencing change in the era of Viksit Bharat. We are truly honored to have him with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Mahatma Agrawal. Sir, over to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, the corporate relations team, for a generous introduction. And good morning, distinguished faculty, esteemed guest, and the first and the second year MBA cohort students, right? It's always an honor and privilege for me to be here. And special thanks to Gitu ma'am, Siddharth, and Ritika for follow-up and coordination, making this great opportunity possible for me, right? So let me, before we look at the slides and all the content which I've been thinking what I should make, but I just want to tell you a quick story about a project which we did some time back. And it was around GenAI and the way GenAI can transform enterprises. So there was this content management firm which used to make, where there was a group of people who were all, by the way, highly qualified healthcare professionals, and they used to write content about the latest and the greatest in the medical science in that month or in that year, in that journal. So they used to write it manually, and it was published as a global journal for the larger healthcare community to read and take latest insights from. Now what happened was that because GenAI is generative AI which can create content, there was an idea which got floated that why not GenAI create that content? But the question is that content relevant? Right? Earlier the doctors were writing it. If a GenAI agent can start writing it, will that be relevant and will that be accurate? So it was a test. So we started doing a test that, okay, let's start giving right set of prompts to a GenAI agent that, okay, what is the latest happening in cardiology? What is latest happening in ophthalmology? What is latest happening in pediatrics? So the GenAI used to start creating more relevant content in each of these areas. And we were surprised that will this effectively kill the healthcare professionals who used to write the content earlier? And is there an existential crisis to these people who had been working from last 20, 30, 40 years with so much advanced information, advanced knowledge with their past experience to write those knowledgeable journals? Is there an existential threat? But then we realized that no, we need to have a human in the loop, which effectively would mean that whatever GenAI is making or creating in a particular discipline, that has to be validated. So it's not like completely there will be a reduction in the workforce or reduction in in the advanced sciences, people with experience. But what we see is that there will be a mix of Gen AI and mix of, always of a human in loop just to supplement that the right information goes out. So yes, Gen AI is there, it is coming, and for us to be ready, we need to ensure that we understand the knowledge, we have a good understanding of Gen AI and how it impacts enterprises. So this was just an example so that you understand that at an enterprise level, how Gen AI can impact enterprises at large and the way they function, and at the same time do a value creation through an impact on the larger financials, on the revenue and the EBITDA of those organizations, right? So pivoting back, okay, I just wanted to give this Gen AI as an example just to tell you that, okay, how this is an immediate impact. But the topic, right, which is the Viksit Bharat and the futuristic trend, I want to pivot or change a little bit. So you will, because I'm a consultant, right, you will see a lot of graphs and numbers and slides. There are multiple things. So feel free to ask questions. Let's make this whole session, two-way feedback and dynamic and interactive. And largely, I'll be talking more around what are these trends, what has led to a place where we can think of a 2047 developed India, and what are some of the futuristic trends, and what you as students and B schools can do in this ever-evolving situation, or in this ever-evolving ecosystem in which we are operating currently. So the first one is the digital technology adoption, right? We all know that. How many of you are the users of UPI? I mean, obviously everybody, right? Have you guys heard about NPCI? Okay, great. So I just have a quick data from NPCI, which talks about the total UPI transactions between 2021 to 2025. And you will see that there is almost a 6x increase between 21 and 25 in terms of the total UPI transactions, right? And that's effectively at a CAGR of 56 or almost around 60%. Now, this is something which is unbelievable growth, and this growth is unparalleled across any other country globally. And that could be a possibility because at the size and the scale India is, these numbers may still be small, right? I mean, when we look at the total UPI transaction value in lakh crores, that also is growing. So it's almost around 40-45%, where we look at the total value which is growing. So digital technology adoption is fast, it's scalable, and the reason for that is a very strong government push towards JAM Trinity. Have you guys heard of JAM Trinity? No? Okay. Let's break out JAM. It is Jandhan, Aadhaar, and mobile, right? So linking all these three, what the government has done is they have created an infrastructure where a thing as simple as UPI is possible. Otherwise, you can't have a united payment interface, right? So JAM Trinity has provided a robust tech stack, and it is for a pan-India financial inclusion. So it's not, I mean, you can go to any part of the country and the UPIs will work because there is a central interface which can, make those transactions possible. Now, this digital adoption has, I mean, this is just one example of digital adoption. There are multiple other examples where you will see happening at the enterprise level, where you have, SWIFT systems, and then you have, like a GST systems, which are, which are impacting the base of the way the enterprises operate and they transact among themselves, right? When we look at the second one, which is GCC, and it's not GCC alone, it's more around the services industry. And within services, if you look at the Global Capability Center, and I think both Sandeep sir and as well as the Janan sir, they mentioned about the GCC. It is really reshaping the Indian growth story, right? And GCC is basically a success story for India as far as what I have, what I was looking at in terms of the total market size, right? When we look at, and this is, by the way, fresh off the press coming from the NASSCOM report. So by 2030, we anticipate around $102 billion market size of GCCs in India. Right now, this is a staggering number. And when we look at the total number of GCCs, it is 1,700 currently, and it is expected to go up until 2,000, to say around 2,200 by another, 5 years, 5-6 years. So, from a headcount perspective, what we anticipate is that it will. So this 2 is actually 1.5, and this 3 is actually a little bit slightly more. So we are seeing a doubling of the headcount, a doubling of people who are required and who are to be employed within GCCs. And the GCC as such, the concept is, I mean, if you look at all the banks, right? I mean, if you look at JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, I mean, there are Morgan Stanley, Nomura, there are multiple banks who have their captives in India. The GCCs existed, but they were existing only for a particular part of the business or of the value chain. Now what's happening is that GCCs are going beyond just the IT enablement part of it, but they are going across in R&D, in engineering, in marketing, in finance. So what they're doing is effectively, they're managing the core business of the headquarter companies or the parent companies globally through India, right? So what we are anticipating is that there will be a significant uptick in GCCs because India has a highly technical and domain specific and functional talent to supplement the demand of what GCCs are requiring. And as I mentioned, right, the GCCs are within the services sector. So if GCCs grows, the whole services sector will also grow. Now, when we look at the third, which is the rise of the Indian startup ecosystem, right? You guys have all seen the startup journey up until for 2016, 2017. And post-COVID, I think it has significantly just exploded, I would say, in that sense. Because in terms of the valuations, the companies were demanding, and I was talking in the morning as well, that there were certain sectors, particularly edtech, right, where there was significant valuation bubble which got created for certain companies, and now we are seeing some downturn as well in certain part of the business, but there are certain part which are still performing really well, particularly around renewable energy, waste management. So there are certain areas where the startups are doing fantastically well. But this story, I think, will continue to play, right? Because I mean, this is the data of Ministry of Commerce by Department of Promotion, Industries and Internal Trade, DPIIT. And when we look at the total number of startups which are recognized in each year, you will see that there is a 30% jump year on year. And it's 35,000 startups which were registered or recognized by Ministry of Commerce in 2023 alone. But when we look at 2025, right? Oh man, these slides are a little bit distorted, maybe because of the, they are being a little bit pixelated. So from 500 recognized startup in 2016, the total startup count in 2020, as of Jan 25 is 160,000. I mean, you can see the jump and the kind of people they employ. There's almost around 17 lakh direct jobs which are there in startups, as well as multiple other secondary and tertiary employment which startups generate, which will be the impact will be much greater than this. So it will, I think it will be more than around at least around 50 million, right? Sorry, 50 lakhs. So why is, the Indian startup ecosystem has grown? A part of the reason is that there has been a significant government push, right? Which is Make in India, you have Atal Innovation Mission, you have Startup India Initiative, and then there is a Mudra Yojana. So the idea is to move from a job-based economy to an employment-based economy, and where the government's push is towards making people more employable rather than they themselves bringing the workforce into the job market, right? It's better to employ people by giving them soft loans and by giving them avenues to open up startups, and that will lead to like a cycle of value creation for multiple startups. Now, some of the fast-growing sectors which Viksit Bharat, I mean, which we anticipate at least in next 3 to 5 to 10 years is obviously renewable energy, because we as nation, we understand that primarily we are largely dependent on fossil fuels, and then renewable, and plus at the same time we have a lot of sustainability goals. For example, Paris Agreement, right? We have to have a certain percentage, or at least 40% of our total energy should be renewable, if I'm not, or somebody can correct me. So we have to shift from basically fossil fuel to renewable energy, and so we'll see some of the sectors which will grow faster than other sectors, and the other is energy efficiency, particularly around batteries. And you will see some of the companies which had done well, but some of we were talking in the morning as well, like companies such as Gensol, right? Have you guys heard about Gensol? Okay, great. Not a good example, because that was an ethical issue. But as such, the company was doing pretty good in terms of their blue smart cabs and their matrix gas contracts in Gujarat. And plus, at the same time, they were having some wind-based investments as well. But largely, water management, waste management, green transportation. Again, we'll see a shift happening soon, that we'll have more companies, more startups coming in these growing markets, growing sectors particularly. And when we look at the centralization of talent for startups, we will see Bangalore internationally, right? I mean, Bangalore has basically appeared in the global map as from 20th place to 14th place in 2023, and I'm quite sure that in 2024-25 it must be a much higher ranked globally. But when we look at India, I mean, Pune particularly, I think it is in top 5 as recognized by DPIIT, and obviously, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi NCR, Pune, and Hyderabad. I think these are the top 5 cities in the in terms of the total startups recognized. So, startup ecosystem in general, it has contributed significantly, around 10 to 15%. And see, all these startups, some may fail, some may succeed, and some may moderately succeed, and some may succeed to a point where they go to an IPO stage, right? So, and even after IPO, they have to continue performing, continue to show those results in their financials, both in terms of top line as well as in the bottom line. So the startup ecosystem has contributed around 10 to 15%. That the anticipation is that it will continue to contribute. Now, when we look at the fourth is the infrastructure, right? The mobility infrastructure, fiber infrastructure, towers, 5G. There are multiple other connectivity growth, which is creating a base for Viksit Bharat, right? When we look at the total mobile subscriptions, and this report is coming from Ericsson. So Ericsson has published, annually they publish a report, and this is the fresh off the press. So 2030 forecast is almost a 2% increase, because it's also in a very high base, right? Almost around 1.1 billion mobile subscriptions in 2024, going to 1.3 billion in 2030, right? When we look at the total 5G subscriptions, that is bound to increase by around 20-25%. So what will happen is that I think a lot of us are 5G users here, right? But tell me one thing, what is the difference between a 4G experience and a 5G experience? Same. Or is it the speed? Speed. Is there any other specific use case which you found which is only possible on 5G and not on 4G? Latency, but then use case. Gaming, but then you can play that game on 4G as well. It's just that it will be a little slow. So the problem is that while 5G subscription growth is happening, there are no good use cases which makes 5G differentiated technology at this stage, right? So what's happening is that the the industry, at least in the telecom industry, they're trying to figure out what are the more relevant use cases which makes 5G a success story. Otherwise, there is no tangible difference for 4G users to move to 5G, and they also have to change their devices. So that is, what Ericsson understands is that there will be almost around 20-25% jump, and there will be shift from 4G to 5G. When we look at the total active traffic per active smartphone, right, that is going to increase by almost around, that is going to double. So for per user, there will be consuming more content, more heavy content, more content, more heavy content, and more heavy content distributed faster because of 5G, right? So your total volume of content will increase, and what that means effectively is, what does that mean, guys? If you start consuming more content, more data will lead to what? More servers? Yes. What will more servers need? More power? Data centers, right? Okay, have you guys heard about Adani? Everybody have heard about it, I'm quite sure. Have you guys heard about Edge Connects? Anybody? All right. Okay. This is a homework for you. Go back and look at Adani Edge Connects. So they are making one of the largest data centers at 5 different locations in India. And they are almost around 1 gigawatt. Have you guys heard about Reliance? Everybody must have heard about Reliance, right? Have you guys heard about Brookfield? Brookfield? Okay. Have you guys heard about digital reality? Okay, great. So so you know the story, right? So all 3 of them have come together to create data centers. So Viksit Bharat is a dream, and for that dream to become a reality, we need that kind of robust infrastructure to be in place, right? So data centers, connectivity, the demand of the employable skill set, plus at the same time, the digital transformation which for financial inclusion, these are some of the trends which will shape up the way India will become Viksit Bharat. And the 5th one, which I forgot, is talent, right? Okay, let me just run this slide quickly to you, is that this is a latest report from Quest Corp, where they say that, okay, what is the skill cluster demand, right? So when we look at data center and AI/ML engineering, it's almost around 50%. Sorry, data engineering, which also includes data management, plus AI/ML engineering is almost around 50%. Gen AI right now, it's almost around 11%. So this is a survey which Quest Corp did to all the leaders globally in India, and all the decision makers at least in India, that what are the key skill clusters where the demand is, and the survey mentioned that Gen AI is almost around 11%, but this is expected to go around 25%, right, in another 5 to 6 years. When we look at where the AI and data hiring is happening, so almost around, again, 60% is between IT services and GCC, and consulting and analytics is around 11%. So I think this consulting and analytics is also will grow because all because I'm coming from consulting, I know that there are a lot of consulting companies which are thinking of opening up GCCs in India. So that may go into the GCC category, but consulting and analytics in general will see an increase of the AI/ML talent, because a large part of it is getting outsourced to consulting companies, and they are much closer to problem solving and much closer to use case development, and hence you will see that AI and AI/ML use cases getting developed in consulting environment versus a captive will be much more as compared to captive. So what we have also observed is that there has been uneven growth. I mean, if I look at this, instead of March 24-25, if I look this same graph 2 years back, which is 22-23, I will see that this Gen AI engineering is not 11%, it will be around 5%. So there has been a doubling of the skill cluster demand, and hence there is a 2x growth in terms of the Gen AI specific roles. Scarcity, right? Out of the almost 10 Gen AI open roles, only 1 is qualified and is getting fulfilled. So it's a wake-up call for everybody. I think Sandeep sir has also mentioned very clearly that Gen AI is something which you have to adopt, which you have to learn, and we have to succeed in, right? So that's why my first example was also around Gen AI, where I was just trying to show you how Gen AI can transform a little bit on the enterprise side. And yeah, as I mentioned, the GCCs are driving demand. And the important part is enterprise-wide AI readiness. What enterprise means, guys? You all understand customers, right? B2C. You all understand B2B, right? So B2B AI readiness has bigger impact, right? Because when the companies start adopting AI in their regular work, that's when you will see a cycle and a chain of value creation happening. B2C, those smaller use cases you can develop on top, but they will not be very transformative. Whereas if the companies start adopting it in their day-to-day operations, that is something which is little bit where we have to be cautious and where we have to, continuously monitoring what Gen AI is trying to do. The high-end engineering, emerging tech roles providing competitive edge. And this is happening in India because in India we have such a huge, significant technology, functional, domain-specific talent, which is employable, and hence at the same time you will see this this outside-in growth coming in and hiring this talent. So, as I mentioned, right, with the vision of Viksit Bharat is driven by several transformative trends, right? One is technology-driven, as I mentioned, Jam Trinity, growth in services and GCCs. We have a startup ecosystem. We have mobility and digital infrastructure and Gen AI and talent, right? So, setting the base, what is it that we can do, right? And okay, before that, I completely forgot I created this slide because I thought like there may be some more trends which we should be looking at. I mean, yeah, green and sustainable development. Because of the Paris Agreement, yeah, I think I was right on 40%. And we are also committed to achieve net zero by 2070. Then we have inclusive growth and workforce development. So as Sandeep sir also mentioned that, we require the reskilling of around 500 million he said, but we have a growing, a growing demographic dividend, and which we need to, capture, and hence increasing the women labor participation as well as the contribution to high value job creation. That is something which we have to focus for us to be ready for 2047. Infrastructure and manufacturing expansion. See, right now, fundamentally, if you look at it, we are services market. I think 60 to 70% of our GDP contribution is coming from services. Is it? I mean, apart from agriculture and manufacturing. Okay, so there has to be a push towards manufacturing, and hence both the infrastructure development as well as manufacturing, both are these are some of the two areas where government is also has shown some signs in the last budget and the budget in the previous year in 23 and 24. The last one is the global leadership and our diplomacy. So, okay. So this slide I created, I think, before the Independence Day speech of the Prime Minister. So a lot of water has flown in the last 15-20 days. So this may not reflect what's happening currently. But then yes, we do recognize that we are we'll be moving to a third largest economy, and hence we have established that over time we can sustain the global leadership. And we have a huge size to manage that kind of to basically give that kind of a global demand and shift the supply chain towards the Indian subcontinent, right? So we are so big right now that there will be some trade diversification which is bound to happen, and at the same time the supply chain has to change and move towards India because of our sheer volume, and basically both China and India in terms of the size and in terms of the demand which we can generate over next 5 to 10 years. So some of the focus areas for B schools, and I think it's applicable to all the students here. Oh, sorry, just a moment. Yeah, one is the technology integration, right? Which is AI analytics, BI, and enterprise software. So by enterprise software, I mean here that having a good understanding of very, very commonly used solutions, right? How many guys have used SAP? used or no? Okay, how many guys have used, say, Microsoft Dynamics 365 or an Oracle Fusion? Okay, great. So some of you who are experienced or maybe coming from pre-MBA experience, they may have used it. But the idea is that to have a very good knowledge about what different type of enterprise softwares are being used, because when we move into industry, these softwares are being employed on a day-to-day basis, right? So it's better to have an understanding on how the enterprise softwares are built and how they are being used. At the same time, analytics and business intelligence softwares, right? How many of you know how to use Tableau? Okay. Oh, that's great. Power BI? Wow. Alteryx? All right. Great. Python everybody knows. Wonderful. So basically, that that gives you a foundation that, okay, can we do analytics with this kind of a tech stack? Okay, I have and SQL everybody knows, right? Great. So with Python, SQL, Alteryx, and Power BI, the Power BI and Alteryx give you a visualization layer, and then you have Python and SQL to basically create those analytics like analytical code and then distill that data to show on visualizations, right? So technology integration is something which you can definitely invest time on while you are in your B school. The other thing is core skill and industry alignment, right? For example, when we talk about learning about Gen AI and learning Gen AI, so when we look at prompt engineering, such as application of, do you guys know about LangChain? How many of guys you know about chain of thought or LangGraph? LangGraph, right? So these are some of the methods in which you can apply Gen AI. So knowing about Gen AI is one thing, and knowing about use cases is another thing. But then how to apply it and bring tangible results out of it, I think that is something, that is a core skill which you can definitely focus on. Plus at the same time, building an understanding, say, just to give you an example, building a very solid understanding on the full balance sheet of the companies. Right, going through each element and seeing how it impacts the growth trends of next 2 years, looking at the past, right, at each component, right, in detail. I think that's more valid for finance students, but I think like for the marketing guys also, you guys should know how to read the operating expense or how to read the income statement of each company. I mean, that is something which will help you determine the trends within the organization and identify what are some of the benchmarks which you should be following when you become leaders eventually within your domain, be it ops or be it marketing, be it finance, be it HR. Those I mean, balance sheet itself is good enough indicator for you to take key insights and then make those relevant decisions as you go through. The other is entrepreneurship. I think both Jaren sir and Sandeep sir also talked about entrepreneurship and value creation particularly. So this is something which is not like you thinking of an idea and creating a company of your own, but it's more about being agile. It's more about thinking differently and thinking out of the box, right? So even when you are doing your assignments, and guys, I know that a lot of us are doing our assignments through ChatGPT and OpenAI, but the larger aspect is that even when you are doing that, guys, the idea is to try to see how different can you make your answer, and how can you apply different visualization techniques. Say for example, creating few charts, creating some slides on top of your Gen AI output. I mean, I won't recommend using Gen AI, but the idea is that you need to think differently, think from a productized mindset, and make your answer more different, so that you have a mindset of creating new things when you enter into the workforce within an industry, right? So what happens is that generally we get so locked up and so confined within the scope of the work which we do in the industry that we stop thinking out of the box. But the idea of entrepreneurship which I wanted to drive is to look at how you can do those similar things differently with the use of technology, and at the same time stand out within the leadership of your future prospective organizations. And then the other one was global visibility. How can you look at outside in view, what are some of the learnings which the other universities globally are doing on the same topic? So that is something maybe you can look at. Try for some exchange programs. If there are some tie-ups, try to make best use of those. And then ethical decision making and sustainability. What I also missed a point here in this whole slide was around soft skills and communication, which I think Sandeep sir also talked about, was communication, both verbal as well as ensuring that your answers, your ideas are communicated well through slides. And I mean, slides is one aspect, but the thing is that in the written form as well, your communication should be more around ideas rather than on the process. So what I've been telling to my team members as well is to how to decouple the insight from the process. So you may have done n number of analysis to get to a point, but are we answering the process? Are we telling that, okay, I did X, Y, Z, A, B, C to reach to a point, versus I am talking about the insights which my analysis brought. And based on those insights, we can have a conversation. Because people don't, I mean, see, the leaders in your organization may not have that much of time to understand, okay, that you fought a couple of gorillas, you climbed a mountain and you swam a lake to reach to a point. They are more interested in, okay, boss, at the end of it, did we get the answer or not? And what is the answer? So once you get the answer, you need to first communicate on that, and then, if required, they may ask you what are the assumptions you have taken to arrive at that answer. Then we can defend those assumptions. But from a communication standpoint, I think it should always be answer first, and then talking about the process only if it is required, so that you can get into a more conversational mode with your leadership and reach to a more conclusive stage where you know what the next steps are. So last two, what are my 2 cents on making the best out of your postgraduate program is basically, see, MBA is your inflection point. I think most of you won't probably go for further higher studies. I think MBA is your last degree, right? So you need to acquire skills, right? Your functional skills, operational skills, technical, interpersonal, and soft skills, right? So functional is what? Finance, operations, sales, marketing, HR, right? Sorry, that is ops. When we look at functional, is basically learning about, say, healthcare, retail, telecom, technology, oil and gas, whatever industry interests you, right? Plus, at the same time, as I mentioned, finance, sales and marketing, HR, ops. These are some of the operational. Technical is understanding a tech stack, right? Anybody. You don't need to be a Java expert, but have little bit of coding skills so that you can develop a very small. You can do a very small analytics on a big data set, right? Just as have some basics of Python, basics of SQL, and like a good knowledge on how to use Power BI and Tableau. So these are very basic solutions which will help you differentiate from the other peers who are coming from other B schools in your organization in future, right? So have a little bit of tech stack, and then obviously interpersonal and soft skills. So acquire skills, embrace for change, right? So as the previous speakers also mentioned, that the change is constant. In technology, the change has been significantly fast, and in the industry, generally the change is a little bit slow to come by, but we are seeing that it's rapid now. So understand internally what MBA teaches you while you are going through the journey, right? You can change only if you let yourself change, right? So the MBA is as I mentioned that you are in an inflection point, allow yourself to be changed. Let MBA go through you, right? From an external standpoint, always be on the lookout. How the market is changing, how the market demand is changing, how the market players are changing, and is there a different skill set which you should be acquiring while you observe this change? That is something which you need to obviously keep a track of. The last one is faster collaboration, right? Network. Your seniors, your juniors, your current team members, your faculty, your friends, talking to people on LinkedIn, always be on the reach out, always build a diverse network of peers and mentors so that you can bounce off your bad ideas and you can bounce off your good ideas. At least mentors will not judge you. Mentors are very low risk environment where you can bounce off your ideas and fail. No problem at all, right? Nobody's going to judge you there. So use your resources. I mean, you have MBA is right now you are in a stage where you can definitely try, experiment, fail, build again, build, fail, and then continue on that cycle and then go out stronger into the workforce. So future success is basically discipline, obviously, and then a better response to change, and at the same time continue acquiring your skills and building your network. All right.
Now the house is open for questions.
Right. So leadership qualities is, what I've learned is that how to align the team to a common vision or a common goal. Right. Say, for example, if we have to deliver a 2-month, 3-month-old project and I am leading that project, how do I bring everybody, all the different skill sets in the team together and align them to a goal? That is something which I learned over time, and making them realize that what is the value which they will be creating at the end of it, and how can we productize that, right? So see, you go through a journey. Say, for example, you have a fantastic GenAI project which you did. Now you have experienced it. You have gone through that journey, right? And there are your team who has gone through that journey. Can we take learnings from that journey and create a product and a repeatable process? Right? And if we can, then align that same team to generate that product or generate that process, identify the process and then generate it, and then see if that is relevant for the market. Because if it's relevant for one company or one project or one client, it can be identified that is there a market for that. So leadership has basically, what has taught me is that we need to create opportunities for our team to grow by bringing them and aligning them to a common vision. And what is it that I could have done differently is maybe I could have been a little bit more vigilant and invested more time in doing things myself by coding, by learning technology, and at the same time be more comfortable in change and in basically learning more technology to understand the change, right? So that I'm comfortable in adopting newer technologies, right? So what happens is that in the beginning of your career, okay, fine, I know XML, I know Java, I know a little bit of SQL. But, okay, I know how to write the syntax. Okay, I can probably write few hundred lines of code, but But the point is that do I understand how to write long codes in Python now? Right? But then one may argue that, sir, I just need to type, create a staffing solution as a prompt to GenAI and it will give me all the code. Correct? But the thing is, I should be in a position to understand that. Correct? I can ask the GenAI to write, okay, you write a C# code, or you write a Java code, or you write, maybe a front-end PHP code. But the point is, am I in a position to understand it? That is something I could have done probably differently. Right?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Gaurav and I'm currently doing my MBA in digital marketing. As you said, you come from consulting background. I'm really curious about consulting sector and would like to know how is AI disrupting or affecting consulting right now?
Oh yeah, it is. It is significantly. Because what's happening, see, consulting is a mindset and a toolkit, which is typically to look at client's problem and have, you can say it, please. Yeah, and then deploying that toolkit for that particular type of problem, right? Say for example, just to give you a very simple example, right? Like for example, there is a big company which is in pharmaceuticals, right? And they are maybe witnessing a 15-20% drop in EBITDA. Everybody understands EBITDA? Great. So now it can be a revenue problem, it can be a cost problem, right? Either their revenue is dropping or their cost is increasing. Correct? So you will have what consulting typically has is a toolkit for revenue to understand what are the problems in revenue, and then a toolkit for cost. What are the problems in cost, right? And then you deploy both of them. The problem is that this toolkit is becoming more productized, and because it is becoming more productized, it has come to an extent that certain parts of this toolkit can be automated by GenAI. Right? So, can I say that if there is a 5-member consulting team going to a client, in future can it be a 3-member team and 2 GenAI agents? Now that's the shift, right? So instead of maybe a 5-member team or a 6-7-member team, it will be half of humans and couple of agents to solve, say, a commercial excellence problem. Some of the agents, AI agents, to solve the pricing problem. Some of the agents to solve the SKU rationalization problem, right? So there are multiple use cases of GenAI, and those use cases are coming to light. And because those use cases are coming to light and they're becoming active, actionable, they're driving actionable insights, we don't need so much big teams. Earlier when we had big data, we had so much big data that we needed people to work on Excel and work on SQL to drive insights and put them on slides and then show it to a management committee, get the approval of the management committee to take some actions. Why do we need to invest so much time in creating insights when a GenAI code can do that on a very large data set? Right? So that is the shift which we are witnessing. But then, as I mentioned, a human in loop never dies. Right? It has to be there to validate. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, sir. And one more thing I would like to know from you is, with this current scenario, how can we differentiate or how can we pitch ourselves for getting into consulting? Means what are the must-know things we should have?
Data, knowledge about your own data, okay? Analytics, how to cut it, how to draw insights, the use of visualization, Power BI, Tableau, very good knowledge of Python, right? But larger understanding is around the core skill set of finance, marketing, ops, HR, and have a well-rounded view about a company, right? So think of every company as a case, right? What is the problem and how does that problem impact all the different parts of a company, right? What is it that you need in data to figure out what the real core problem is and how to drive insights from that data? What is the method, right? Because see, you are talking about a company. See, if you look at a company like, obviously, Tata, for example, right? They have 15, 20 different subsidiaries. And they are very big, right? And if we are even trying to solve one subsidiary of it, we are talking about a humongous data set of multi-million rows, right? From there, it's like taking a needle of a haystack, right? So we need to have that kind of a skill set to extract insights and then present it in a way that it is consumable, right? Because otherwise, see, even your client's leadership as well, they know that the data exists. I mean, they are the leaders. But the point is, do they have the wherewithal, do they have the time to really invest in getting those insights? That's why they hire consultants. Getting my point?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm student manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM. Sir, since you gave us a huge big picture of the positive growth on various sectors and what's booming, so what is your take on the micro view of processes that is being used in such sectors? Like, sir, because you said using AI in daily processes, but don't you think that change management is a Herculean task?
Right.
And India has a lot of mouths to feed, and when you try bringing the team, the hugeness of the team down, then what is your take on this, sir?
See, the adoption of Gen AI is inevitable. Okay?
Yes.
That will happen. Now, if I understand your question correctly,
yes,
what you're saying is that we shouldn't adopt Gen AI because that will impact the employability or employment of the large workforce which we have in India?
No, sir.
Okay.
My question is, sir, since you said we will be using Gen AI to increase the increase the fastness of the processes productivity.
Okay.
So if we are going to use Gen AI to increase the productivity, how do we put this together that India has a lot more mouths to feed? So if we have India has a lot of mouths to feed, then how will Gen AI and how will it walk together?
Correct. So mouths to so if I draw a correlation that Gen AI will increase productivity, right? So Gen AI will increase productivity, and we may end up requiring less resources to solve a particular problem because Gen AI will be solving say 50% of it, right? So that's the risk. I mean, that's exactly the risk. That's why it is pivoting to newer technologies than being bound by the traditional way of service delivery, right? So the important point here is that we know that it is coming, we know it is inevitable. Hence, it's better to learn and adopt it faster than to perish. You know my point?
Yes, sir.
So, we need to shift, we need to basically learn Gen AI to be able to deliver through Gen AI rather than being in the other side of the business and being on a traditional service delivery model which was largely on more human capital. That, I have 700 people on bench, I have 1,000 people on bench available anytime. So that will not work, right? So yes, I mean, that's a risk which is pretty evident, right? That, it is there live in front of us, and hence we have to be ready to change and adopt newer technologies much faster so that we don't risk ourselves and we don't put ourselves in a place where we don't, where the industries don't see a value creation opportunity from our existing skill set. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir, kind of.
Right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Pankaj Singh Bist. I am from BITM Finance. So as you bring out the topic Viksit Bharat, my question somewhat related to this only. So my question is, should India focus more on becoming global power or first look after solving the internal challenges faced by people in the country? So what's your opinion in this?
Okay, I mean, okay, you are asking my opinion, right? I mean, obviously it's not based on certain hard facts or something. I think that we are a power, global power anyways, right? It is just, I mean, will be becoming third largest in another 5 years, I think, right, in terms of economy. But one may argue that, okay, sir, those are only numbers, right? Those are just GDP numbers. But the larger thing is that, see, those internal problems had been in the past and they will continue to be, right? It is just that, as it was discussed, that we are almost around 7.8 when 7.8% GDP growth in QY 26 versus a plan of 6.7 or 6.8. The thing is that we grew irrespective of there were problems, right? And those external pressures and the external, whatever the larger global dynamics are, it might impact us, because I don't know like to what extent it will impact us, but the larger thing is that those internal problems as well as the external pressures will continue to remain. It is just that India growth story is so strong, so fundamental, because of the resilience which we have shown in the past, the tech talent we have, the overall talent also we have, and our ability to adapt and change and adopt newer systems and newer technologies much faster as compared to other countries globally. Hence, the India growth story will continue to be there, right? Internal problems are there, they had been in the past and they will be in future as well. That's what my opinion is.
We are about to close the house with one last question.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, we'll take two. Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. I am Manya from BITM Marketing. As you talked about the skills, do you believe the real barrier to AI adoption today is the technology itself or the ability of people to adapt their skills around it?
So I didn't understand your first part. I mean, when you said technology by itself, what do you mean by that?
Sir, like the real barrier to AI adoption today is the technology itself or the ability of people to adapt their skills around it?
So if I understand your first part, which is what you're trying to say is that is AI/ML so complex or so complex to be learned?
Yes, sir.
And the second part is of the willingness to change.
Yes, sir.
Right? I think it's neither, because we are adopting fast, right? If you say that, is it very complex? I don't think it is very complex. Otherwise, the growth we are seeing in Gen AI wouldn't have been so steep, right? And willingness, I think it's a hard fact. We will change and we will adopt it anyways. So willingness is just I would say there will be a threshold beyond which it will just explode and people will start learning Gen AI and knowing about Gen AI much faster. It is just that it's just maybe 2-3 years down the line where you will see much faster adoption and willingness of people to learn Gen AI. But complexity, I don't think is so high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been growing in such a high pace, right? I mean, there are newer technologies, LangChain, LangGraph, Chain of Thought, Raga, RAG, right? And then you have, obviously prompt engineering. So I don't think it's so complex. So moving away from moving systems away. Say for example, you have large organizations, which are built on SAP and on enterprise software, ERP software, right? Shifting from there to Gen AI, it will take a lot of time, right? We are not saying that okay, we'll replace SAP. That's not going to happen. At least sooner. It will take a lot of time, but smaller applications, smaller programs, or smaller systems here and there will see a quick shift.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Nupur, Junior Student Manager at BITM Finance. My question is, what skills should young professionals focus on if they want to grow in consulting and digital innovation?
Consulting?
And innovation.
Then digital innovation, what skills? Right? I think I did answer Gaurav. It's mostly around data analytics, right? Understanding data, understanding business intelligence, tools, softwares, and having a very good knowledge about the finance marketing ops and HR concepts. A very good understanding, right? So you need to say at any given point in time, if any annual report is thrown at you for any company, you should be able to understand that annual report through and through, right? And bring the 5 to 10 key insights from that annual report for that year, right? So I'm just giving you an example, but the idea is to, have very sound base of core operation skills. I mean, operations, by operation I mean, finance, sales and marketing, HR, ops, those kind of skills, and plus a very good sound knowledge on ability to understand data and ability to draw and extract insight from the data using tools, right? Alteryx, Tableau, Power BI, Python, SQL, have a little bit of understanding on how to use them. Cool. Awesome.
Thank you,
you.
sir.
May I now request Professor Geetu Varyani Ma'am, Senior Corporate Relation Officer, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to felicitate our guest of honor with the token of appreciation.
Just like leadership fuels growth, lunch fuels energy. Let's recharge for the journey ahead. With these words, we would like to conclude. Dear students, you may now proceed for lunch. The lunch is arranged in B building basement. All need to report back at 2:20 p.m. Girls kindly proceed from left side and boys from right side. BITM basement में. And you have to collect your coupons. Girls from left and boys from right.
welcome back to the second half of the program. We are delighted to have you all here. Anweshanam 4.0. The theme of this business conclave is Viksit Bharat, Futuristic Trends, Challenges to Be Schools, where empathy meets strategy, organization thrives, and people flourish.
It is our pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Ms. Shikha Srivastav ma'am, Global HR Leader at GSS Kohler. We are thrilled to unveil the excellence of Sri Balaji University Pune, where innovation meets passion. May now I request Student Council Member, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, President Rishabh Sharma, and Vice President Shivika to welcome our guest of honor.
May I request our student manager, Varalika Vishkarma, to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Om. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Varalika Vishwakarma, student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, take immense pride in welcoming Ms. Shikha Srivastav, Senior Director and HR Head India at Synchron, to Anweshanam 4.0 Business Conclave at Sri Balaji University, Pune. Ma'am is an experienced human resource leader with a demonstrated history of working in information technology, product and services industry. Over the years, she has built expertise in talent management, performance management, employee engagement, diversity and inclusion, and human resource information system. Ma'am has begun her career with Tech Mahindra. She is graduate higher, and from there she has been building success stories. Also, she has spent more than 15 years with IBM, where held diverse roles including talent solution specialist, HR lead for India Software Labs, SaaS, data and AI, security, expert labs, HR business partner at biggest financial sector, deputy group manager, lead biggest telecom account, HR partner, Service 9 and client sourcing unit, lead SBOC, and distribution sector, and also worked with Oracle as assistant manager. In Synchron, she is leading India for HR and is known for her leadership skills, building strong HR process and nurturing talents and leaders' growth. We are indeed fortunate to have such an accomplished and inspiring individual with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Shikha Srivastav as she shares her invaluable insights. I now hand over the proceedings to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Ritika Singh, Senior Student Manager. Will be your partner for Fireside Chat.
Fine? Yeah. Thanks, Varnalika and Ritika. It was amazing. Guys, I just want to tell you, this gave me Three Idiots feeling. Do you remember that? The speech. And I was just wondering if she will not have such speech for me. So this session is for you, by you, and I am also one of the people who was sitting 23 years before at that place, and now I'm here. So feel free. Ritika, I am all up for the questions you have. I'll try and do justice with their time. Are you people sleepy? I heard yes also. After lunch, it's a difficult session. I'll try to make it as energyful as I can. But one thing I promise, we will have all the questions answered, Ritika. And I will just try and to be a student more than being a eminent speaker here. Thank you.
So, ma'am, like you said, you were that place and you are here. So, you had an incredible journey. So I just wanted to know, you work with Tech Mahindra, Oracle and IBM. So I just wanted to know your pivotal movement for the success life.
Okay, so that's a great question, Ritika. Let me tell you what has made me always grow. That one part that I want to be relevant and I want to be stable. So that was one thing. I started, how many have you done summer interns? Okay, winter interns. And then you have not taken it seriously? None, very much serious. Okay. Actually, it helped me too. So that time, when many of you were not born, you have heard about a company called MBT. So Tech Mahindra, before IPO was MBT. I did a I get a summer interns over there, and after 3 months, I got a pre-placement offer. From there, the journey has been. So I want to tell you one more interesting thing. That pre-placement offer said that 6 months they will not give me salary. And I agreed to it because the role was very good. The role was not a recruiter role. The role was not something which is coordination. It was career development of employees. So that was my first step when I realized that I can sit back for 6 months without money. I was also from the family which most of you belong, and then we decided, no, this role I may not get. And believe me, all my friends, my peers who did recruitment or other services where they started getting paid, within 6 months it was a leap for me because the role I choose was what I was passionate about. After that, when I got that recruitment, pre-placement opportunity, I was with Tech Mahindra for 4 years. Again, learning whatever is given to me, accepting flexibility, accepting all the challenges, did not question whether this is a small role or big role. In today's generation, when I find Ritika, when I talk to a lot of people, they tell me, oh, this is not what I want to do. I want to do AI. We don't know what AI does actually. To the start, I think what helped me was accepting what is coming up, being flexible and understanding what I want to grow with. So this is how when MBT moved for an IPO and became Tech Mahindra, I was selected as a global leadership cadre, which is of people which are a fast tracker. So from no salary to within 3 years, 7 lakh salary, which was 4 times more than to my colleagues, because I belong to the era of 2003 where jobs were not there. And I was the only one who got placement in my college. So that was the era, but it helped me with the patience, frankly telling me, because that getting into that 7 lakhs was sometime highest in Pune also. So when I was bridged. So from there, what helped me only was I kept on upskilling. I knew about what I want to do. I hope I answered you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So, ma'am, you talked about flexibility. I just want to go on that topic. In the COVID time, everybody had a work from home, and like we, the generation, wants work from home. Just want to confirm, like, if work from home or work from office, which is flexible?
Wow, what a question. And what a dilemma I go through every day. How many of you want to work back to COVID times? Anyone who want to work from, yes, good. Work from home, in shorts, doing nothing, having chai breaks, glitch in technical. Only this many? Come on. All 60 minutes are yours. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being truth. That is the dilemma our industry has been facing. COVID said, and you have said it very nicely. In fact, many of the employees, when I talk to them, I can have your attention. It's a good story to listen. Yeah. So when I talk to the employees, a lot of them say I'm more productive when I'm working from home. There's so much traffic, I can do that. But I'll tell you what is the difference is collaboration, connection. When you come to office, the type of people you meet, the type of discussions you do, that what is the effect of Trump taking a decision in India. I think in home you can only count Rajma cities or you can only tell that how much the maid has come, or your mother or anyone telling that go get aloo. Ghar pe hi to baithe ho. We all have gone through it, right? So coming back to your alma mater, working there, sitting and talking about it, coming back to office, having some connections that, okay, what is this meeting about? And that also give you a chance to have a face-to-face discussion about your bosses, which is always a good chat. But I think that shift from work from home to work to office is being great. From 1 day to 3 months, it has been struggle, Ritika. To get employees back to office, it has been struggle. But I feel the USP is very high, the ROI is, very high, because employees know that when they are coming, they bring their full self to office. They know what is happening. They know about how to get work done in quick. Instead of calling you and mailing you, Ritika, do this, please, can you do this? I can just walk up to you, Ritika, these are the SLAs not met. I am not able to see the code. Can you see what happened? And Ritika just get into it and it's closed. Yes. Yeah.
Ma'am, you talked about collaboration as well. So these are like budding student managers who will be looking for placement, and just like placement season has been started. So any mantras for them, success mantras?
How many of you want to join startup? Yeah. How many want you do be an entrepreneur? Okay, good mix, ma'am. I should say your team is really good mix. For the placement, and this generation is different. Sorry, I have just got my hair colored, so maybe my grays are not shown. But I just want to tell you, I have little more gray than some of you, if you have. So what I want to tell you is, during placement, people come to me for shortcuts. Okay, when I go to campus hires, or I think it is only shortcut they talk about. Frankly, if you have to grow, there is no shortcut. Experience is very important. The type of role you are getting just now in the market is niche. Do you know what is vanilla skills and what is niche skills? Vanilla skill is like aloo, wo sab mein fix ho jati hai. Niche skills is like mushrooms or broccoli, which you don't get, and you have to pay more and more money about it. But remember, the basics are there. Before Chat GPT, Excel sheet and PPT is bread and butter. So build your basics. When you go for placement, one, if you are very focused and you know that I want to go in a particular cycle of marketing, computer engineering, or wherever you want to go, build yourself in a way. And please don't ask ChatGPT to make your resumes. Please don't do that. We catch it very fastly. We are little smart people too. So we catch it very fast. What you do is build up your resume, put only what you have done. None of the HR leaders or anyone who is recruiting from business heads want to have a very flashy and fancy resumes. We want to know what you have done, whether your skills are relevant or not. So that, I think that is one thing, Ritika, I would give as a success mantra to all of you, that whenever you are going to placement, be very conscious about what you are presenting. Don't take it for granted. I can tell you, many of my people, when we have been doing campus hiring, I saw people coming in floaters, in sneakers. Remember, your first impression carries a lot. It also shows that how serious you are about that job.
Ma'am, you covered the AI segment. So I do have a question. How do you think HR will look in the year 2035? Will AI replace the human resource management, or will just human touch will become more important that time?
I love this question, and I love coming from Gen Z. Gen Z thinks about 2035. Were you aware that there's supposed to be World War which would have happened? And we are still talking about 2035. What will happen next? I can tell you, where Steve Jobs himself is saying that where AI will be replacing jobs. So reality is that there has been codings where ChatGPT or other AI engines will be replacing L1. But people cannot be replaced, remember that. What does it mean is that how much we bring AI, if you don't know what is the basics you have to put in. HR is, and not only HR, but HR more because HR is the place where we deal with human. I can give you with the examples which you'll just roll off laughing, but many of you will be handling, being a manager, you will be handling these situations. For example, one day you'll get a call saying that, you know, I'm in a police station and they are asking me for the verification because yesterday night I was in a party and my ID card has been taken. So if they don't come to office without ID, so they cannot clock their utilization, they will call your HR team. What will HR team do? But my card is with them. Employee verification, what he has done. All this, from these small things to some funny incidents which keep coming. There are a lot of employee relation issues which come up. So I think AI is replacing the smart thinking, where we can have things which can be automated. Shift allowances or any allowances which are done in Excel sheet, you can bring the process to how much we can automate. But who will do this automation? Someone will think about it, right? And someone will also bring, and the person who will fix up the automation will now start thinking a better thing, intervention, which can be organization development, building managers, building trainings, building new systems, comparison of different industries.
And ma'am, you talked about management. So you have managed large and complex workforces of more than 10,000 plus. And so what is the biggest challenge in aligning the business strategy and with people's strategy?
You people are really prepared, ma'am. I should say your students have really good questions. Change management is the biggest pain. Change management is one thing which is very difficult from a small to a very big organization. How do you think, how do you take change? Because we will have one part of the organization which will say, I am here from 18 years and this is how my organization work. And then you will have us who will say, what you have seen was good at 18 years before, but now things have changed. Remember Amazon? Everyone uses Amazon, right? Savannah? See, because it's a girls app. I was just thinking the Flipkart, everyone used that, right? Any more new apps which has come up? Nika, okay. No, I'm...
Yumi is trending.
Yumi, okay. So what I want to say is, when you will come back to me and say, Shikha, more than Amazon, there's a Yumi which is better. I will say, nahi, Amazon is better, because I don't want to change. So with the generation changing, with the smart working coming up, with the digital India coming up, the changes acceptance is very less, and that often takes people back and organization back. There was a time 23 years before when the awards were given, it was more like a cash which comes in your salary. Now what happens, you get a points. Okay, that points get accumulated. If he wants to buy a television and your points are only for 2,500, he can stay in organization, keep getting awards, and then you accumulate that point and you get that award. That is a concept of having continuous engagement. But some people will say, no, I want cash. I want to go and buy something which is small. So that is the change management which has been difficult for me. But we have succeeded only because our homework was a little strong. We know what was going on in the industry. We wanted to give back the ROI which is more high. You have been hearing this word ROI. You know what it is? So I just want to tell you, if wherever, whichever stream you are, you have to know finance. You have to know what your business do. You have to know how BITM works. What is the working model? If I ask you that, okay, I am from HR, but I can talk the same business. I can talk about how the education model works. And this is the pitch you can always go and tell your placement officers that I can come and help you in the revenue growth.
Ma'am, you talked about finance. So, like, I've seen on your LinkedIn that you work with Synchron. So, Synchron is an IT and BFSI firm. So, I just wanted to know what it does to stand out different from competitors? Like they are marketing students as well as, like, in theory we studied Porter's 5 model, that is a competitor analysis. So how does it deal with?
Synchron deals with? Okay. Let me make it more generic, okay? So Synchron is a company which is BFSI. Anyone know what is BFSI? What is it? Security investment, yes. Yeah. So Synchron, you know all the banks, right? Let me give you ICICI Bank, iMobile, iMobile. Okay. I will have more energy if you have the energies. Yeah. So anyone builds that application. These are people, IT people behind. Okay. When your parents would be using SBI, you know, this is built by IBM. Okay. And I'm just telling you, these are the apps which are built by IT people, and that is the IT services they cater. Every IT company either make a product or give application managed services. And now coming back to, see, I'm an HR person wearing a sales hat. I can talk about any business model. So the marketing team or the HR, and it is, Ritika, generic to everyone. All of you who are here from first year to second year to third, fourth trimester, remember, knowing your business plays a very, very important role. You should be able to talk that what happens when you are going to pitch. So if you talk to me about Synchron, I can tell you these are the competitors. This happened when I can go and tell that tomorrow if my BFSI is expanding and Trump is taking some decision, what will be the effect on my company? My company is going for IPO. If this happens in US, the Trump says, no, NASDAQ will not work, what will happen? And that is the business knowledge all of you have to have it. Whenever you are going for a placement talk, remember, if you're going for Synchron, study the LinkedIn profile. What do they do? What are the competitors? What are the difficulties they are facing? That is the opportunity area for you. Like for Synchron, is transforming in HR. When you come to me, Ritika, saying that I can manage, I have worked on the change management, I can manage the complex projects, I know this is the girl I want. Whereas if she comes to me and said, okay, I know how a company moving from private to public, founder-led to public, I know how to do the publicity over there, I know how to manage the entire campaigns. I say, oh, this is the person, because the person has read about Synchron. So coming back to your answer, Synchron differentiates in BFSI area. There are a lot of competitors, and everyone is just fighting to get the business and engage in revenue to increase the margins. So this is what we have been talking about. Revenue, margins, all of you will be hearing. Either in HR, marketing, IT, communication, anything, you have to know about all these things.
Ma'am, you also, like, what expertise should a student have, like selecting the industry? Like they are from different backgrounds, different domains. So like selecting companies, what should they keep in their mind?
What goes in your mind? I want to know that. What do you think when do you get chance to select industry? Really? Lucky. When companies are in your placement campus, I don't think so there are much choices. More than industry, I think the role what is offered, Ritika, plays a very important pivotal part in your life, because starting your career with the right role and where do you get the opportunities. I have seen there's a lot of trend when I ask how many want you to join startups. You have seen the IITs. They are not joining any foreign companies. They are joining startups and entrepreneurs only because they want to do their own thing. So it is a lot about the individual, how they want to grow. But my only thing which in my 23 years experience I can just give you to be better in your placements and make sure that you are engaged more, that please keep yourself relevant, upskilled and relevant. You should know what is going on market. You should know about your basics, which will help you to crack and to the company, then build up your own career pathing.
Ma'am, do you think AI and analytics will completely transfer the performance management system in future?
Not completely, but yes, it will, because before AI, we have built check-ins. So what happened, anyone knows about performance management system? Assessment. Report card, हम लोग तो class 1 से report card में लेके आ रहे हैं ना. So it's a report card, assessment. Remember your your parents going to school and your teachers telling this is not done, this is not done, this is very good. That is the role which has happened, which is taken by managers. I know it is very difficult to have a session after lunch, but it is really good to have these discussions which will help you. So I'm okay with these noises too, but it will help you. So just to tell you about performance management system, Ritika, while it will replace, the important part still will be how employee and managers are connected. Because the check-ins which you will do with me saying that, okay, Shikha, you have been performing very well, this is the development area, this is the way you will require to grow in your community. If you want to have career move, this is the mentor you can see, this is the skills you can take. This can only happen when you have good relationship and frequent, more than good relationship, you have frequent check-ins. What will that help in? That as soon as you enter the data, then only we talk about the automation. So I feel it may take, the system may come in, but manager and employee check-ins will not go. So I think that is 70% of the successful performance management.
Ma'am, these students are up for placements, and like, what are the 2 mistakes that as a new joinee we make?
Okay, I'll tweak this question and say, what are the 2 mistakes which I would have done and I would have thought that, okay, I want to erase it. I think this is what you wanted to ask. I think something is going on. Okay, do you people do mistakes? And who does the mistakes? Who does the mistakes? Someone who is doing the work, right? Right? A person who is not even doing anything will not even go through the mistakes. Accepting the mistakes itself, Ritika, is very important, which is not inbuilt in us. We start giving excuses. I have done the mistakes. I remember when in Tech Mahindra, we were supposed to launch performance management system, first automation center. We had around 10,000 people. There was something called as stress testing, which says that in one point, how many people can click it. I tried it for 200, 300 people. It was launched. It was a beautiful launch. I got accolades from CEO, a very big CEO. I got what a fabulous job done by a graduate hire. And after it was 2-3 years actually, and where I failed, and next day, the system was not working. The data center went down because 10,000 people were going at one time. They called me, what happened? I said, I don't know about IT. I don't know, I need help. So first I said, I accept, I have not done the stress testing. I know only 200 people and I was 3 years experience. And he's there, I think 3 years experience don't build performance management system ever. So when I built that, I said and he's my colleague from Persistent, equal company, so you can tell that we don't have people building system in 3 years experience. I said, it is a mistake. I did a stress testing only for 200 people. I never thought 10,000 can come. Second, I need help. We always shy up saying that I need help. We always feel that we are the best. What will people think? Believe me, just say I need help. And you have mentors, you have colleagues, you have people who have not even thought so, will come up and say, okay, let's together make it happen. So my 2 mistakes which I would eradicate, which I did because I think I had a good mentor, was I accepted that I have done a mistake. Secondly, I need help. And third, I thought that other people are also smart. I may be smarter, but others are smart. Because we often feel that a person I am talking to is less smarter. So this helped me.
You talked about helping, asking for help. You are friendly, maybe not our manager. How can an employee can deal with that, ma'am?
So you think I'm friendly because I'm talking to this.
Yes.
It is about this, today's generation, Ritika, and every one of you, there's a lot of investment. And I was talking to your training coordinator also, the person who manages MDP. Lot of organization and industry is investing on building strong managers. When you will go to the industries, now the HR does not cater to employee, they cater to manager. The first point of contact is the managers. So every industry is investing on training the managers. I am unwell, I will call my manager or HR. Any one of you? If I am unwell, I want to leave, you will call your manager or you will call HR. So who is your first point of contact? If my work is not, if I am going through a serious wellness issue, I will call HR or I'll tell my manager. So now manager is the first point of contact, whereby every industry is really putting a lot of investment to train the managers to see that how they can be the best one. And that builds the relationship, Ritika.
Ma'am, building relationship, I can see on your LinkedIn profile that you have transferred from HR business partner role to head of HR. How did you evolve your leadership style?
Okay, again a great question, and obviously it gives me a reflection to my career journey. But for many of you, relationship building and relationship building is not saying yes to everything. We love people who question and who argue, not to argue, but who argue with a lot of pointers. So I think that relationship building is very key, and relationship management is a very key part for any role to grow. How do you work as one team? So when I was working, I remember I always said finance is one team, marketing is one team, and today also when we deliver, we say we, together we deliver, one team. So what has helped me growth is one, relationship with other thing, managing this, knowing my knowledge. I am very, very strong in knowing my thing. I can very proudly say, and I'm also strong in knowing other people's knowledge. I respect that what other people bring to business, and I acknowledge that I don't know everything. I don't know everything, that is what, and then I say, oh, I don't know, can you tell me in finance, if I am going for an IPO, and if I have to manage the pitch of revenue and profit margins, how will I scale up? What will be my cost efficiency? All these words are very new, right? But this is how, when a HR person, as I am talking to you, when I go to the business head and I say, okay, I can fix your revenue, I can help you grow, and these are the things, this will help me. It automatically get me into that respectful place. So Ritika, a short line on this is, know your work, know your worth, and know your colleagues and other departments, what they can bring to you. Yeah.
Ma'am, you also talked about tech updation. So I have a question. Diversity and inclusion are big focus area for modern organizations. What work for you in driving meaningful D&I initiative in tech companies?
Okay. Question to my team here, my students here. I'm too used to saying teams. What is diversity for you? This side? What is diversity for you? Anything, whatever comes in your mind. One second, yeah. Race, caste, creed. Race, caste, creed, okay. What is diversity for you guys? Anything. Gender. Here? Anything which is left? Yes. Specialized, different species or anything, right? We should be. Diversity and inclusion is, you are asked to join a party. You are invited for a party Inclusion means, so I can call you for a party. Inclusion means I've been asked to dance also. So remember, diversity and inclusion plays a very important role in Ritika. This is changing. Initially in India, the diversity was gender. So most of the companies, when they talk about diversity, most of the IT services company talk about gender. There are very less company like IBM's, I remember, and others who are 10 years ahead of it. Okay, for them diversity is specially abled people too. You people never thought about it. Who are specially abled people? Are you aware about it? Yeah. So specially abled is diversity. Caste creed is diversity, which we should not follow. Gender is diversity. There is color is diversity. So every company is being global, and we make sure that diversity is not only a gender. I'll give you one example, and I was talking to Kunal and Aishwarya, I think, Anwesha, that when you go into global companies, you celebrate everything, okay? Or you remain constant for everything. I'll give you one small example of one of the companies, the prayer room. All of you have been into airports, mostly, right? There's a board written multi-region prayer room. Okay, it is for a reason, because we are saying we are global. We don't favor any one region. So now what has happened? Every company either celebrate everything or they don't celebrate. They say for us every celebration is okay. So diversity is, we respect the multi-culture we have. We respect the multi-people we have. Like for example, it is very common if if I will meet someone from Bengali, okay, I'll start speaking in Bengali. However, the third person doesn't know about it. Respecting a diversity says that a person will pitch in and say, can we talk in a language we all understand? It all starts from there. It all starts where the person is feeling included now, right? See the way I am talking. I was supposed to talk to Ritika, but I included all of you because I felt I am part of you guys. So inclusion plays a very, very important role, where from a person, lady sitting from there to a person sitting over here, feel that they are engaged, and that is what each company is trying to do it. Initially, the child care allowances or the PTO, the maternity allowances or maternity leaves, let me talk about leaves, which were given only to female. Now it has extended to fathers also. Okay, this is paternity leave. No more our companies or our education system, our industry thinks that it is mothers only who are nurturing the kid. It is an equal opportunity given where the men are also given PTO, and this is a norm which is coming everywhere. So remember, this inclusion plays a very, very important, and as you guys are growing, remember that is more important. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and one day I was just talking to her, "Arey, wo Kali wali friend." She said, "Mama, you are racism." What are you saying? I have grown from a place where the dogs, if they were black, hum log bolte the kalu hai. I was like, okay, no, I didn't mean it. She said, no, you mean it. Right? So that is what I realize every day. I go back and I say, oh yes, this happens. Oh yes, this happens. So please always remember, I know all of you are relating to it because we do that. But if you go outside India, I can tell you, you just can't talk about it. You cannot even say that, okay. One more example, I'll give it to you, and often happens in the interviews. We ask people that, okay, you're a female, you can't do a night job. Okay, oh, you have a kid, you can't do a night job. This is derogatory. I can go to labor office and I can sue any company saying that, how did you say that? Actually, what the manager was worried about me. He wanted to say that my job requires to work from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Are you able to work? But we Indians usually mix up and we think that empathy is very open and we can say, you are married, you have kids, you cannot work. Actually, he was worried for me, but I said, no, I am more eligible. The other example I'll give you, and these are real-time examples. I was sitting in a decision-making chair, And there was a lot of option given, and it was traveling back to back. And when I was working with Rajshri, I was finalizing this plan to be here. I have been back to back traveling. And I said, they said, Shikha, you have Ganpati, your daughter exam is going on, I think you can't travel. I said, who said so? I have 2 legs, so does he. I have, your wife is taking care of your kid. My husband is doing that. I have a backup. I will travel. So now the inclusion is that I and everyone is equal. There are times when pay parity was a problem, which is still a problem, guys. When pay parity is saying that men has more salary than female. What happens? Because men grow faster than female, only because female don't choose to grow. But there has been also an unconscious bias on it. So what happened now, women have stopped taking promotions which are only given because of diversity ratio. So every company has to maintain a diversity ratio, okay? Now, if I was given a job or a promotion saying that, Shikha, we have to make sure that we have leadership profile and we have 30% representation, I will say, no, please, I think you have other person to do that. So that is an inclusion, a respected inclusion, which I will say, no, include me because of my capability, not because of it. There is a new case study which has happened in a labor officer court, and it was a person, gender men, filed a case against a company saying that I am not getting a child care allowances. Everyone asked, why are you not getting? He said, my company says only female take care of kids. He said, I want to send my kid to a daycare, why should I not get? This is an inclusion. So I'm giving you very small examples of day to day, which you forget and you never thought about it. So from Kalu to a pay parity, you can see where all we miss things, right? Yeah.
Amazing, ma'am. Like,
I'm sure this has really touched you guys over there. And now you will not call your friend as a Kalu or a Lalu.
amazing, ma'am. You talked about flexibility. You talked about automation, collaboration, and change management, and gender biasness like diversity and inclusion. So this is the last question. I want to ask you that what advice you want to give these budding professionals who are going to enter the industry?
And then you have questions they will be asking me, or it is the last one for the time? You will open for them. Yeah, I want to tell advice, take opportunity of each and every speaker you get. Ask questions, ask anything, take opportunity, use that moment, be in that present. We have been talking about 2035, we have been talking about automation. Whatever problems you are going through now, saying that, okay, why are we not making our system work from home? Why are we not making education system work from home? Talk about it. Use that opportunity, because with my connection to everyone, I'm making an impression. So tomorrow, if I have a recruitment opportunity, I will remember, oh, this person was good enough to ask what it is. Or this person was only sleeping, and I think they may not be able to manage it. So what I'm saying, take opportunity as like it will never come. You have been watching Bollywood movies, guys. Everyone says, aaj ka pal jiyo, aaj ka pal jiyo. Enjoy that, use that, so that you know what will come and what you have to cater to. Like in this, the 3 Idiots, everyone is not Sonam Wankudu, but many of them know that what to do at the right time. Yeah. Do you want to open for
question?
Now the house is open for questions.
Be nice to me. You have any questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I am Swaraj Sitole from BITM, specialized in finance. My question is, many professionals struggles with balancing work and professional life. From your perspective, how can organization support employee better in this area?
Very good question, and the organization are playing a lot of importance to it. You can have your seat. Yeah. Work-life balance, for work-life balance, there is a lot of facilities called as employee assistance programs are given to them. Lot of emphasis on mental wellness is given over there. Work-life balance, whereby making sure that there are no meetings on Fridays has been ensured. I think work-life balance starts first where the manager relationship and the employee relationship is strong. Otherwise, it is like a burden. It is also starting with equipping the employees to make sure they are enough upskilled for their new role, so that they know what is coming up. They have avenues for their stress, their consultation, they can go over there. They have their financial assistance, that how they can use their salary. So these are the things which bothers more of them. They are health imperatives. Most of the companies have gyms, indoor games, competitions to make sure that when you come to office, you enjoy the life at office. Did I answer your question?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Ayushi Sanger. I'm from BITM, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics. Ma'am, my question to you will be that at Synchron, you are leading people strategy in a fast-growing digital company. So could you share one initiative you are especially proud of that really made a difference for your employees?
I am working on one initiative of getting managers trained. I think I really feel that a company which is transforming from employee-centric to a shift to a manager-centric. So initially, employees used to go anything to HR, and now we are making managers accountable. That's a big one which I'm working on. And when I'm working on this, the change management come into the picture, because managers don't want to take more work. Why do they? They had something called HR to take it up, something called PMO to take it. So that is one thing which I feel will bring a lot of change, and may go for many awards too. But yeah, making someone accountable and responsible for their own work is not an easy task. But yeah, I think that is the change, one of the changes which I am proud of. Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Nupur from BITM Finance. My question to you is, you had a long journey in HR across different companies. Looking back, what has been one of your most memorable learning moments?
One of them, Nupur, it is difficult. Each company gave me, I think I feel very proud to work for a initiative which PM Modi had taken, that we should have IT company in tier 2 cities. So that time one of my company built the centers in Ahmedabad and Kochi. And when we were building there, the smile the locals have, we have used the office to be built from the things which artisans were making over there. And getting a job at that location was something which I feel nice, because I feel that is a give back. Second thing which I feel is a give back while I am serving a HR head position and growing. I also feel very nice where my companies are doing give back to the societies. We are training a lot of women's from the chawls in 3-4 areas like mehendi, dress designing, and then after 3 months we graduate them. So not only the money which comes is helping them, it is helping their entire family heritage to get something done. So these are the small things. Yeah.
We are about to close the house with one last question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Asta Agrawal from BIMM,
is Asta?
pursuing
Yes,
my
yeah.
specialization in PM and HRD. So as an HR, there's this new term in ET articles which is trending, that is shelf life of employees. What do you think? As an HR, should we support this term, like shelf life of employees is decreasing, and ironically, like the irony is that the life expectancy of humans are increasing. So should we support this?
Asa, do you know what is shelf life?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to everyone?
Ma'am, shelf life as in that as you buy any product and it expires. So the shelf life of that product is really less, like if it is perishable 4-5 days. Just like that, the employee's shelf life is also decreasing is what that is mentioned in ET recently.
So I'll make it little easy. People like me, whose resume you will see in 5 years in Tech Mahindra, 16 years in IBM, Cinecron, how many? Sit, Asta. Anywhere. When it says that 2 years in this company, 3 years in this company, 1 year in this company, this is shelf life. Okay. So people like me are expiring. People like others are coming because now every person does not want to stick to a particular company for long. And this happens when we only work on compensation. But I'll tell you, most of the company provides rotations. That if you have worked in 2 years in particular domain, you can move to other thing. So while with this generation and every, the shelf, when I say shelf life, it is like how much you can be in that particular company. I also see a change. It is a threat too. It is a threat because we don't learn everything and we just move. Any person who becomes manager in three years actually does not become with the experience. The person will not know how to manage the difficult communications. The person will not know how to manage a difficult scenarios. However, a person who has grown with experience, and I'm saying when experience, when they go through that entire cycle, are able to nurture more talents. Exceptions are still there. So coming back to your questions, the companies have started providing a lot, and it's not easy to have retention. After COVID, which says great resignation period, switching a company has become a norm, it's become a fancier thing. But what is happening, it is making a person for themselves becoming very rare. The people are not taking them because we don't like hoppers. Everyone wants to see the stability. Yes, shelf life is decreasing, but companies are putting a lot of efforts to ensure that the proper rotation is given, proper work-life balance are given, but we are going through a global change. I think this will take time to settle. Yeah. I think she had a question. You had a question? Yeah. So allow her for one question, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I'm student manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM. Ma'am, in an entrepreneurial perspective, what is your take on making policies for a company? Would it be organization-centric, employee-centric, or business-centric?
Oh man, what a question. I think you have kept the best one for the last. Okay, good question, Rebecca. Organization, employee, or business?
Business-centric.
Marrying all these things. Okay, so when I make a policy, I keep in mind what is my business objective. Okay, so what is my goal? But I make it for my employees. So I am keeping business as a goal, making it for employees, and making sure my organization is compliant is what I do. So I marry all these things. Yeah. Did I answer you, Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's what a wonderful question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Student Council member Aman and Ipshita to felicitate our guest of honor with a token of appreciation.
With these words, we would like to conclude knowledge becomes power only when applied. Take the insights from today and make them your action plan. Thank you.
Please, please sit.
Please take a seats. Passion.
Vice President, we are delighted. Pune. May now I request Student Council member Manohar and Shakaina to welcome our guest of honor.
Hello, check. Give it. Okay, hello. Thank you. Thank you.
May I request our student manager Kalash Rao to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Om. Good afternoon to one and all. I, Kalash Rao, student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, take immense pride in welcoming Mr. Rajendra Singh Lingwal Sir, Senior Vice President, Human Resource Persistent System Limited, to Anweshanam 4.0 at Sri Balaji University, Pune. Sir is a highly accomplished HR business leader with over 28 years of rich experience in strategic HR leadership, organizational development, change management, talent management, employee engagement, compensation and benefits. In his current role at Persistent Systems Limited, he drives transformative HR strategies that enhance organizational culture, employee engagement, and leadership development, ensuring alignment with global best practices. His prior leadership roles at L&T Technology Services, Blue Star Infotech, HR frameworks across industries. A proud alumnus of Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Mumbai University, Sir holds a master's resource. He is a BHLP and ISABS ODCP certified professional, a global professional in HR from HRCI USA, and well versed in advanced assessment tools such as SHL and Hogan. His global exposure spans HR management across 30 plus countries in the America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and the rest of the world, giving him a truly international perspective. Beyond the corporate realm, he contributes actively to the professional community as a committee member of Hinjawadi Industries Association and HR Infotech Association, Pune, while also engaging in social initiatives through Garhwal Ekta Samiti and the Rotary Club, Thane. On behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune, I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Rajendra Singh Lingwal, Sir. Please have a resounding round of applause as Sir shares his invaluable insights.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's start. Now, you can play the video. So good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, it's an honor to be here and talking to you all young, guys and girls of Balaji Institute. And this video was just to set the context. That's all. Just to set the context. So the topic, which is very dear to my heart is today here. Oh, this is different, is it? Okay. Okay. So, HR beyond metrics, how students can shape people leadership, culture, and social impact. Now in HR, traditionally, we have been always talking about the numbers, right? You would have heard about it in your classes as well. Attrition rate, cost per hire, payroll cost, head count, all these numbers. So all these things, tell you the what. It doesn't tell you the how. Okay? So people leadership, culture, and social impact are the things which tells you how it should be achieved. So that's where HR has already moved. It's not that it's moving now, it's already moved to a bit, and it'll be moving forward. This one. This one. Okay. So there's one survey indicator, Deloitte, there was a Deloitte survey which talked about that 94% of Fortune 500, leaders, they say that culture and leadership are the critical business success, and people-focused leadership is considered the #1 business driver. So while we are talking about technology, while we talk about automation, while we talk about many things, I'm myself from IT company, Persistent, but look, what is the survey saying, okay? Now, I thought we'll just, we'll have it very interactive, but we'll start with the basics. So do you know something about people leadership? What is the difference? Anyone? Anyone? Why we call it people leadership? Leadership we all know. Why we call it people leadership? Yeah? Okay, have you read about, there are mixed students from all fields, I suppose. Have you read about the Douglas McGregor's X and Y theory in your motivation theories? Okay. There is an X theory, there's a Y theory. So I would like you to relate it very closely. The leadership, people leadership is all about the Y theory. What does the X theory say? Yeah? Louder, please. People have to be controlled, directed, motivated, and driven, pushed. Okay? That is the X theory. So that is the concept of task-oriented leadership. And today we're talking about the people leadership, which is nothing but the Y theory, wherein it is believed that we have to collaborate with people. We have to look at the individual development, team development, and guide them towards the objectives. Okay? So that's about, people leadership. Now, what is culture, company culture? Anyone? We have heard about it, right? You would have heard from your friends, from your older family members that, this culture is bad, or someone will say my culture is, my company culture is very good. What do you mean by that? Anyone? Sorry? Working environment is culture. Fantastic. That's the right answer, but what more? So what do you mean by working environment? Anyone? Sorry? Pattern from a long time. Yeah? Someone said here. Someone said something here, please. Rules and regulations. Yeah. So you are all right. So what you are right now touching upon is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, there's an iceberg, right? The tip is on the top of the water, above the water, and the bigger part is below the water. So culture is exactly like the below part, which is not seen, but we have to understand it. So culture of an organization, work environment, as someone said, is nothing but the shared, values, beliefs, attitudes, behaviors, or standards, which collectively in a company all the employees or most of the employees follow. That is culture, right? So when we say good culture, bad culture, it stems from these these parameters, right? Now, what is the meaning of a good culture? What is the meaning of bad culture, right? So wherever employees are treated well, okay, how employees are treated? Are employees recognized or rewarded? How decisions are made in a company, okay? All these are the determinants. By this, we can understand what is the culture of company. Have you heard about toxic culture and good culture? Exactly. So wherever these things are negative, decisions are rashly taken without, thinking about people, those are the toxic cultures or, bad cultures. Okay. And finally, the social impact. You saw the video. A small boy can make a lot of impact, right? So these three are linked. So if as leaders, today you're students, tomorrow you'll become leaders, you're the future leaders of India, all of you. So if we follow people leadership, if we create a good work environment or a culture, we will be able to, have a social impact which will be positive. There'll be a societal change, there'll be ethical change in the society, right? So companies today are not only talking about profits, but they are talking about social impacts. So this is how the linkage of all these three things are. Okay, now we talked about, values. So as a leader, if I have good values, then only I can create that culture. That's what it means, right? Human-centric, it's all people-centric, sustainability, long-term, and ethical responsibility. This is what the linkage of the three of these dimensions are. Now, I think one of the topics was challenges to the B schools. So all the B schools, and particularly in India, what they have is today, the real-time exposure, the real-world exposure is slightly lower, okay? Unless people go into the workplaces, while you spoke about these, parameters, you will have to actually experience it. College cannot stimulate this real work environment in the college campus, right? Now, many colleges or B schools, they talk about growth and profitability and strategy. I'm not sure how much, culture, how to build culture is taught in the colleges, okay? Then academic rigor over soft skills. Now, when we hire people from campuses, the initial thing what we do is for many soft skill training, okay? Because many of the students, they lack soft skill training. Limited cross-cultural exposure. Of course, all B schools do not have the international programs, inter-exchange programs. So obviously, if those are there, it'll be it'll increase. Then social impact is like optional. Today, in India, we are more focused towards profits and growths, right? Whereas in the West, the big companies, they talk about sustainability, sustainable growth. They talk about ESG, DEI. What is ESG? Is environmental, social, and governance. And just in the previous session, the second last point was about diversity and inclusion. This is nothing but diversity, equity, and inclusion. So these challenges are there. I think if B schools talk about it more, the leaders those will get created from the B schools will be much more socially aware, and they will be able to build good culture in the organizations. So what we need to do, or what we need to know? So modern leadership styles, I think we already spoke about. Gone are the days where there was a control. Thank you. Yeah, it's working. Sorry. So we need to know, we need to connect with people, all of us. So more of emotional intelligence is required rather than the task orientation. Conflict management. So how to deal with difficult situations, how to deal with difficult people, all those, lessons you have to learn separately out of your, courses. Openness in giving and receiving feedback without having any grudges or without having any ego. Coaching and commanding, I think those things can be coaching versus commanding. So rather than when we become managers, we think it's about commanding people. Instead of that, we have to guide and coach people. Culture versus strategy, I've already talked about, so I'm not touching. Profit versus purpose, which I spoke about, Indian and foreign organizations. Social entrepreneurship, I think in the previous topic we spoke about. So more and more, leaders now or the students should come up and take social entrepreneurship, which will have a social impact. And technology should be used for social growth. Now, how we can do it? Yeah. So redefine the people metrics. Instead of, I talked about attrition or cost per hire and various things, we can get into results, the belongingness, values and purpose. Develop self-leadership internally whenever you're even in the campuses. Okay, we should not have over competitiveness. Of course, competitiveness is good, but a more collaborative and cooperative culture within the campus also is required. Inculcate new age leadership, I think, which we just spoke about earlier, more towards, leading from, the front, taking ownership, giving empowerment to people. Okay, what is empowerment? Authority and responsibility both. We cannot have only responsibility given and then authority is not given. Then practice people-centric thinking. I think in the previous session we spoke about whenever we take decisions, whenever you also take decisions in your campus, think what is the impact on the people, what will be the impact on the students, okay, rather than in the company. So whenever you become leaders, right, in future, rather than thinking about what will happen to the profits, what will happen to the product, we have to also think about what will happen to people. That is what is people-centric thinking. Be culture creators. I think we spoke enough about it. Business as a tool for social impact. Now, as I said, most companies, in India, we think about profits. Here now, when you go, you are the future leaders of India. When you go and work in various positions in future, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, you should think that I am managing this company for creating a social impact. Okay, it's not only about creating products or creating profit. Social impact has to be created. Maximize learning from internship programs. Now, whenever you get internship programs outside, maximize that learning. It should not be just taken as a tick box. Okay, when you go to the corporates, learn from there, understand the work environment, different work environment, understand what are the internal dynamics. That will help you. And broaden your horizons. It's not that we are studying in the college, so tomorrow I want good placement, I want to go to this college, but think beyond that. That is what we mean by broaden horizons. Okay, you can start a business, you can be innovation, you can be, apart from job, you can do many such, things. So that's what it means. Okay, last slide, I think, and then we will open it for question answers. So the topic is about, Viksit Bharat. So we are not talking about GDP numbers. In this topic, it's not about, growth in GDP numbers. What we are saying is you people are students today, but if you learn about the leadership, people leadership, the culture, you will be the culture creators, culture builders for tomorrow. You are the nation builders for tomorrow. You have to look from that angle. Okay, not from an angle that, okay, I have to get a job and I'll work from 9 to 5 and, earn salary at the month end. That is not what we are looking at. Tomorrow, when you, become leaders, you have to touch lives with your decisions. You have to touch, make an impact, not only for your family, but for your society outside. and if possible for the country. Tomorrow, if you're a CEO of the company you become, then you will have that much power so that you can create such important decisions, or create products and services which will impact the entire nation. Okay. Today you're receivers, so tomorrow you should be givers. That is what I would like to say. So apart from that, we will take question answers. I thought I'll just give you a flavor of the topic.
Now the house is open for questions.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Varalika Vishwakarma from
Varang?
Varalika Vishwakarma from
Varalika.
BITM. So my question to you is, if a new graduate joins Persistent today, what's the one piece of advice you would give them to succeed?
Frankly, the same what was there in my presentation. To succeed, you should have a high EQ, emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, because Persistent is such a company which is very, very people-centric. Okay. So apart from your technical skills, when I say technical means your domain knowledge, you should be having a very, fine method of dealing with people, so that, you gel with that culture. Yeah, it's a very good, company with a very good culture, Persistent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So I am Sanket Karat, and my question is, how do you balance the global HR practices with local needs in India at Persistent?
So our practices are, we call it global, which means local as well as global. Okay. So wherever it is possible, wherever there is no particular law, okay, then the practice is common all across the world. For example, there is no such law that, about celebration. Example, I'm just giving. There is an annual award function in the company, right? Many companies have it. There is no such specific law that you should be holding the award in a particular method or in a particular budget. There's no such law. So this, we have global practice. All across it's celebrated the same way. There's no differentiation. Now coming to the other part. Wherever there is a local law, for example, leave policies, okay? In India, the leave policies will be, different. Rather in India, different states have different leave policies, right? Whereas in US, the leave policy is different. In US, there's no leave. Do you know that? Do you guys know? Do you know? US has a policy, no work, no pay. If you don't come, no leave. US is a very open culture. But, in the industry, there are a certain number of days are required, right? In UK, there'll be different leave policy. So I'm just giving one example. So leave policies will differ it differently, okay? That's how we manage it. I just give example of leave policy. There will be certain other things also, okay? For example, there is another policy called the car lease policy. That can be different for different, companies based on the local laws. This is how we manage it.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayushi Sengar. I'm from BITM, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics.
Yeah.
So my question to you will be that what's the biggest difference you have noticed in HR today compared to when you have started?
Biggest?
Yes,
Only
sir.
one? Only one?
Yes,
I
sir.
think the biggest difference is the complete, shift of the work, the way we work. Earlier, work means it was only office, and today work means it is hybrid. Work from home, you can work from home. Earlier there were no laptops, so you had no choice but to go to office, and then only you can work. And in fact, when I had started work, there were no mobiles also. You heard the introduction, 28 years. It means I started just before 2000, right? So there were no mobiles also, so things have changed completely. So today we can work from anywhere, not only, from the same home, from the same city. So a person, I can go tomorrow to, say Goa, and I can work from there. I'm not saying every day. I can go there, work for 2 days and come. People do that in today's environment. But this, I'm talking about IT companies. I'm not talking about manufacturing companies. It is possible, and people are doing it also. And companies are allowing also, because there's a shortage of talent. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm student manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM.
Yeah.
Sir, since you spoke about coaching and servant leadership, sir, what would be the effectiveness of such a leadership? What is your take on employees walking over their authority?
Can you last question again? What?
Sir, since you spoke about coaching and servant leadership,
Yeah.
so what would be the effectiveness of such leadership? What is your take on employee walking over their authority?
Walking over the authority, okay.
Yes, sir.
So first, and I'll answer. So as I spoke about the people leadership concept, right? So that's where the coaching, comes from. Okay, earlier, or as per the X theory which we spoke about, managers used to only direct, control, supervise, and command. Orders were given. Which is, even now it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but is more on the manufacturing side of it, because probably that's how the things are there. There are strict processes, rules, regulations. So, managers have to do it. There also it's changing. But in a purely services, environment today, in IT company or IT services, it is more of collaborative culture. So that's where, the managers have the opportunity for, coaching the employees, their team members. So that is how it is influencing. And by that, the growth of the employee happens much faster in different fashion. And the relationship those are built are also different. That is effectiveness. In earlier times, or all those jokes, those come out managers, right? There are many jokes, right?
Yes.
On managers, right? Everyone is a manager, but there are many jokes. I think all those jokes were because of the olden times. Today, managers and the subordinate, let me call it subordinate, the team, they share a very, very different relationship. The relationships are very, very cordial. That is the effectiveness. They speak, talk, sit, on the same lunch table and have it together. That is this one. Your second point was, what if the employee walks over the authority? So there are, if you are asking very, very straightforward, and there are, guidelines already in office, okay? And even in the appointment letter it is mentioned, if I go legal way, that, you are supposed to follow the instructions given by your superiors, okay? Otherwise, companies, authorized to take strict action. Now that action could be anything. So it depends on the, what do I call, I'm not getting the right word. It depends on the degree of the offense the person has made. How much authority the person has crossed. For example, if it is an authority of, there was some decision, minor decision, the employee was not supposed to make, okay? But he or she has made it. So maybe the person can be given a warning, or maybe a simple talk that next time please don't repeat it. But if it is a much more higher degree, higher impact, okay? For example, about something about cash. When I say cash means I'm not saying real cash, but some approval was to be given of say 1 lakh rupees or 2 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, which is only the manager or there's authority to be, there is a particular hierarchy defined that you or she should authorize, this person should not authorize. If it is to that degree, then it can be much more serious. It can be either not giving increments, it can be suspension for few days, or it can be even termination. So every company will follow it based on their style and method of dealing with such things. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Sorry, I can't hear. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I, Chinmay Panch, Senior Student Manager at BMHRD, specializing PM and HR, interned at L&T Construction and Mining. So my question to you is, according to you, what future challenge would you anticipate to retain top talent, especially in technology sector?
Future, the challenge is already there. And frankly, you said what your name is, Chinmay. So the challenge for retaining top talent is not today. It has always been there, right from the year 2000 after the Y2K. Have you heard about Y2K? And in the technology space, because what is happening is technology is growing at a different pace, or newer and newer technology keeps on coming. You hear about C++, then Java, then .NET, and then Python, and then, something else, right? So that's why the talent is always rare, and this challenge is already there. Now, for future, I think the technology which will be, coming up will be in this artificial intelligence, machine learning, okay, 6G, 7G, autonomous cars, okay, that's the project going on right now. So there'll be a limited, supply of people, okay. So tech companies will always struggle for the same, kind of people in the market, whereas whatever has been tried and tested already available, there won't be any challenge. So what I mean is, it's not that the shortage will be for all the skills. Whichever skill, is a new skill, companies will always face challenge, okay? C++, Java, .NET, it's become old now, so we will have enough people available. Whatever is new will not be available, so we'll all fight. Persistent, TCS, Infosys, Synchron, we'll all fight for the same, talent in the market. That will be the problem of the industry. Yeah, any more questions or?
We are about to close the house with one last question.
Yeah. So I think what you said is just a rumor, frankly, in my opinion. There is a lot of focus in AI, yes, and companies, industry, everyone is working towards AI. However, a lot of employees, who lost their jobs, in the last 1 year, couple of years, because of the slight slowdown in the industry. You all know that there have been wars. One war is already going on in Ukraine, right? I mean, Ukraine, Russia. Then there was a war, so which temporarily, what happens is there is a fear in the market, and companies cut their spending on IT, okay? And whatever I'm sure you would have read, or all of the students would have read, is the people are losing in the job in the IT industry, isn't it? Correct. So there is a cut in the spending. Most of the US companies and European companies, they have huge spending in the IT, in their IT budget. So whenever they fear that there's a war, their profits will go down, so they will cut the spending, they will cut the budgets. Because of that, our industry, our IT industry is primarily dependent on US and Europe, right? And little bit on APAC region. So whenever there's a cut there, we have, excess people, the headcount goes up. And that's why companies are forced to basically let go people after a particular period of time. Have you heard about bench policies in the company?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what happens is, that there is a bench period, okay? Some companies will have it for 2 months, some companies will have it for 3 months, some company for, 45 days. In fact, there was a big news about one of the largest company that their bench policy is 36 days, which is less. So within those, suppose it is 2 months. Within that 2 months, the person should be allocated to another project. I mean, it is responsibility of the both company also, plus the employee also, to be available for client interviews and all that, and get placed. If the person is not placed, what will the company do? Naturally, the person cannot sit idle, so they are basically, let go. So it is because of that scenario, not because of artificial intelligence.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
May I now request Student Council member Om and Aditi to
Sure.
Hello, sir. Sir, as you mentioned in your PPT about the challenges faced by students in the B school, what one advice you should like to give to your younger self if time permits you?
Okay, if I go back, I go back in time, then I would like to make a difference, and I would not like to think that I am basically getting this MBA degree just to work somewhere. I will keep my options open, okay? And that option can be, working. It can be, starting my own, business. It can be starting my own, social cause. Okay, all these options I can open, even higher studies. So all these options I'll keep it open for myself. Our times probably were different, but I'm sure all of the students here are privileged ones. So you should, definitely give yourself a chance and keep your options open, rather than focusing only on one particular, thing that, oh, I have to get a job after the, from this campus placements. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Student Council member Om and Aditi to felicitate our guest of honor with a token of appreciation.
With these words, we would like to conclude the connections, insights, and inspiration you take from today are tools. Use them to shape a brighter tomorrow.
Everybody settle down. Please settle down. Everybody settle down soon.
Strategy without people is a plan. People without strategy are dreams. Today we bring both together.
Welcome to ST Malls of Sri Balaji University, Pune, where academic rigor and creativity come together. We are delighted to introduce our guest, Mr. Ajay Singh Sir, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Hindustan Platinum. Now I request Student Council Member Sanskar and Vaibhav to welcome our guest of honor.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Hi. Good afternoon. Hi, Baba. Thank you.
May I request our student manager, Lakshita Parekh, to introduce our guest.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We live in the era of constant disruption, where the only true competitive advantage is the ability to learn, adapt, and lead with purpose. Our next speaker embodies this very ethos. He is not just a witness to India's corporate evolution, he is an architect of it. I, Lakshita Parekh, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. I am honored and privileged to introduce our distinguished guest for today, Mr. Ajay Singh Sir, Chief Supply Chain Officer and Vice President at Hindustan Platinum Private Limited. Mr. Ajay Singh is a transformational business leader driving innovation and optimization in supply chain processes. With 30 plus years of expertise in developing, structuring, and delivering strategic and operational excellence across industries, including heavy industries, electrical and electronics, automobile, telecom, specialty chemicals, engineering, and precious metals. Over the years, Sir has earned numerous national recognitions, including Excellence in Supply Chain Quality Standards 2025 by SOCHAM and Blue Ocean, India's Impactful Supply Chain Leader 2025, the Great Indian Supply Chain Icon 2025, Heroes of Supply Chain Award 2025, Chief Supply Chain Officer of the Year 2024 and 2023, Top 20 Visionary Supply Chain Leader 2023, Export and International Logistics Award 2009-10. With a legacy of transformational leadership, procurement excellence, and cost optimization, Sir continues to shape the future of supply chain management in India. We are honored to have him with us on this occasion of Anweshanam 4.0. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Ajay Singh Sir as he shares his invaluable insights. I now hand over the proceedings to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. So, okay, I wanted that energy from all of you because what happened in the many of the business forums, the last session of the day, the people used to stay back only for two reasons. One reason being going to be a good dinner, and another reason is they have been
nominated for some awards. Otherwise, we see out of 100, 200, 500 delegates, hardly 100 people stay back till end of the session. But आप लोग के लिए compulsion है, आपको तो यहाँ रहना ही है, right? So jokes apart, I think for you all, people from like us who are coming into delivering so many of thought processes right from the beginning of the day, 8 o'clock, I think now it is going to be 5 o'clock, 5:30 this session ends. I think a lot of insight, detail has gone into shared by every individual people who have stand over there here, and they have delivered the lecture and given a lot of insight to all of you. I think with this last mix of a revolution going across the globe and with the geopolitical situation, tariffs, so many wars going across the country, I think a lot of things goes to your mind that what is going to happen to us when you pass out from here, whether we will be getting a right job or not, whether the progression of your career will be at which place, whether I'll be placed within India, and within India which place, south, east, north, which region, on somebody wanted to aspire to go abroad, then where, how to get all these things. So I think that a lot of mixed-minded are there, and nonetheless, this is not a difficult era. I think what I say that the era from which I'm coming in the 80s and 90s, the era which were the manual process era, where there was no internet available. Getting a job profile itself was difficult. Doing MBA was a difficult task altogether. How to aspire for a job, how to get a job into a scenario where you can aspire for the right job at right place was a difficult scenario to look for. Now the situation has changed. You have a lot of information, a lot of information which we need to, what I say it, you have to recirculate this information based and work on the things which is best suitable for you, right? Because a lot of data is getting migrated, a lot of things are being percolated. We don't know which is the right data is there and where to take those data into the system to finalize whether it is really giving me an edge or not. So coming back, I represent a company called Hindustan Platinum. Most of you will not be knowing this company all about. This company into the precious metal domain. We do, meaning that we deal with commodity like silver, gold, platinum, palladium, rhodium, lithium. So this very fancy precious metal thing. But what next? What we do with this metal? So in upstream, we do refining of this metal which comes from the catalyst form, from the oil industry, from all the GCC countries and Asia Pacific countries. And then we use this precious metal into products, goes into our everyday life. One such product is palladium, which is being merged with the carbon and catalyst is being made. And from there it goes to API pharma industry, from where life-saving drugs are being made. So it comes to our life savings, and every living being is being touched by this product. And then a lot of other industry we work for, like textile, then fertilizers, and many other industry we work for this thing. Okay. So this is part of my sales promotion for my company. Okay. Now this is over. going now next, that why I'm standing over here. So there is little bit history about this, my being present over here, not like, okay, your core committee team has invited me. That is one of the reason. Second reason, that always I wanted to be in this place because I have attached with Balaji. That time it was not a university, especially with the Bala sir, right from the 2005-06 period, when I first met him when I was working with a company called John Deere in Pune. And then various years I used to come here, and last 3 consecutive time, I think I'm here, 2020, I think because of the COVID, I had to take a 1-hour session on the Zoom or Teams, whatever it was there. And last I visited this place on 2nd September 2023 on this program to deliver key note on the subject of which I really belong to. So now I thought this is the third time I am with you, and also one very good that I'm part of you all, right? Why it is? Because most of you will not be knowing that I'm doing a PhD from this institute. I'm the first batch PhD candidate, still not completed. If Dr. Kharche is being around, he is my guide, but he's always कर sir आप कब शुरुआत करोगे? So I always tell him, sir, कुछ तो time दे दो, कुछ तो फुर्सत मिले, then I'll start. So sorry, Dr. Kharche, I think sir, day will come, then I'll make you proud that I'll be one of your, you are my guide of this program, right? So this is what about my belongingness to the Balaji University. Now going into this subject, I think you must be some last 5 minutes you are seeing this supply chain management, why this I is so prominent, right? Every one of you must be reading in the articles, in the books, in the internet search, the supply chain management, how the evaluation has come, and where currently it is fitting into organizational domain. 2020, post-COVID, this section or this specialization has come a so long way to bring the place into the boardroom, because everything was struck up everywhere in the world, and things were moving the material, people through the supply chain model, logistics, exam, export, import. The world was moving, vaccine was moving, everything was moving with the support of supply chain management. And that is where the prominence in the industry, into the boardroom, and this role has so been recognized, and it is part of now innovation, innovating way, integrating collaboration into the organization. That's what I is very prominent, and I always see that this is being propagated long way into every one of not only the people who wanted to make career out of supply chain management, but also considering is one of the integral part of the organization. So topics, as you all aware, what I'm going to talk about, this is from the morning you are hearing about this Viksit Bharat, what will be there for B school. What I'll mostly cover is the last 4 topics, which is exploring the futuristic business in India, what will be there for all of you. Then understanding what the implications are there for a B school's career for MBAs. I'll be discussing some bits of AI part of it, because technology is a large chunk. So I'll be talking about some used cases of artificial intelligence and how this is really making waves in the industry, and particular to the supply chain domain. And then we'll discuss something about how the industry can involve B schools into this phenomenon of journey, what is happening. So this is just to start with that. What we have is India growth story. I think we always has to take India growth story in one of our any area wherever we are talking about. The growth story is moving across, though we have a lot things to do, but still India is moving a lot way than what we were there in 20 years back. 2018, when the GST reforms happens, one nation, one tax, you must have seen that there are borderless traffics across Indian states. And one basic example I'll give you, the time between Mumbai to Delhi, a truck moving in those pre-2018 era, we used to take 7 to 8 days to reach between Mumbai and Delhi, which is now currently moving within 3 days. It is not a fantastic way. We are not seeing a development in country, yes or no? Thank you. So I think there are a lot of things are happening in the country. We are seeing that the way the technology or the way the India signing things are moving across, we'll move it from 5th place to 3rd place in our GDP, and will be placed 3rd place after US and China. I think this is going to be a $30 trillion economy, what we are talking about, 2030, 2035, before we go to the close to 100 years of our celebration. And a lot of economical growth is happening because of there are a lot of drivers are there, which is really evolving across not only the manufacturing. Apart from manufacturing, the thing which is going in next 20, 30 years is services sectors are doing a revolution part of it. I think you must be hearing a lot of GCC, that the global capability centers are coming into India for a lot of support services into it. Because what we also seeing in our domain, the lot of people are, like multinationals are coming into India for a GCC capability, seeing in accounts payable, doing the negotiation, strategic vendor developments. A lot of fields are coming up there. Statutory requirement like EXIM, export, import, policy, regulations. Things are coming into our area where we can drive these things. The job market definitely adding to this will be going from a traditional way into the tech-enabled careers. I think there is no a way we cannot see that, okay, the things are not moving and we cannot do what we are doing today or we are doing it 5-10 years back. So every area of specialization, every work is moving on a tech-enabled, like every processes, whether you can take a procurement process, you can take EXIM import, you can take it logistics, international coordination. Every process will move in a tech-enabled, where the technology will be part of the process, which I always call as a people, process, and technology together to make this happen. I think this is going to be a very imperative part of it. And then how the MBA, like you as a graduates going out of the school, then how you can align this thought process, how we'll skill it to go into that area where you have been focused more on the economical scale of the growth trajectory. So futuristic way of seeing it right now is basically you can see it how the digital and AI transformation is happening, how AI, Gen AI, automation in every sectors are there. I have worked in almost 7-8 vertical of industry, whether it is a heavy industry like steel plants, electrical manufacturing, electronic manufacturing, telecom, automotive plants, EMS sectors, pharmaceutical, chemical, specialty chemical, and now in the precious metal. So I, seeing all this experience of 32 years, I can see the one thing remains core is your basic processes. If many of the people ask me about, still they keep on asking me that how you have changed your vertical. Because what happens if you have become a mastery of one area, like automotive sector, it is very difficult to go in another sector like pharmaceutical, even though you are a supply chain expert. But one thing I always carry in thing is that once you have a process right, process knowledge right, whatever the industry or the domain changes, the things will going to be there same everywhere. So that is what I think we need to carry always. There are a lot of startup ecosystems are happening in every field. Just a year back, I was in one of the conference in Dubai where global supply chain leaders meets once in a year, and a lot of research paper they publish, they present to the audience where more than 1,000 people of across the globe, they attend the conference where they said about more than 26,000 of software for transport management system or logistics management system currently there in the world. Can you imagine? It is a one pie of an entire system in the world where we are talking about 26 to 27,000 of software are available only for one domain called as a transport management system. That is, we know as a track and trace of any movement of goods from one place to other place. So you can imagine the way the world is moving, and the startups are taking a central role where they are experimenting a lot of efforts into this. We have many a system like UPI, ONDC, and the ULIP. ULIP is the Unified Logistics Interface Platform being raised by Government of India on the logistics platform where you can unify all your track and trace and the movement of the goods from across the world. So there are lots of things are happening from government side. I think industry also coming a big way to unify this complete ecosystem in the world. Then a lot of hybrid work cultures are happening. I think with the new people coming into the system and with the experienced people like us, there are a lot of aspirational working as things are there, which we need to unify it, and I think the organizations are working to plug in. I think a lot of has been spoken during the day by the HR specialist about how to address this new gig workers and how new things has to be considered in the technological improvement within the organizational movement. If you see the employability reality check, I think somebody might have given us some track, or you must be aware of that. This is one of the report from where I found that currently close to only 40 odd percentage of the grads considered for a really job ready. Why it is so? This is 2024 report by India Skills report has been published. Why it is so? Because there are a lot of gaps of the mechanism of what we aspire to get a degree and what really is we should be aspiring to get a skill, the technical skill, domain skill, to come to this area of specialization. When I talk about like area of specialization of supply chain management, then the basic processes, basic skills of that area need to be adhered to, because we still going into the basic processes, basic domain or textbook knowledges, which is very good, required for a degree, but you need to have a practical exposure, which comes from a lot of research paper published, and a lot of inter-company relations where people comes across, give you the guidelines, guiding factors. So this is what is being talking about. I think new age, which is moving towards new skills, will be on the data, on the AI, on the various on the ESG, environmental, social, and governments. A lot of sustainability things are coming into picture. Every portfolio, if I'll name it within supply chain domain, the 80% of sustainability work is being done by the supply chain domain itself, because they deal with the procurement, they deal with the vendors, they deal with the customer side of the vendor and to end side of the vendor. So you name it. So that is where the role of ESG comes within the domain of supply chain management. So this is one of the area which I think giving a lot of focus. We have committed for 2035 as a carbon net neutral as a government of India, and every company is also working towards to have this carbon net neutral, their aspirations. And I think we will be part of that process to adhere and bring the process into the norms. When we talk about the takeaways, degrees alone cannot be giving you the age. I think skill has to be there, which skill has to specialization within the domain. And when I talk about supply chain domain knowledge, it has a various bandwidth of 6 to 7 vertical itself, right from procurement to logistics to export import to statutory requirement to warehousing to international logistics, domestic logistics. So these are the vast area within supply chain management. So you have to place yourself and bring into which area of domain knowledge or specialization you wanted to be there, because these areas are so wide that you have an employability in all the areas of this, whether if you heard about this FedEx, DHLs, and all the logistics company, they have a domain vertical required for the logistics, international and domestic logistics, where if you go for a skill of a customs or export import, then you have a statutory requirement where it really required how you do the export and import of the product out of the country and bring product into the country. And there are a lot of regulatory requirements are there into this. So there are a lot of focus area. I think we need to go to this digital literacy and adaptability out of it. Coming into the second topic, that how AI as a tool will support in your career. I think you must be doing a lot of research on this AI tools and technology in your internet search. I think AI is now being used everywhere, right? The simplest examples are like being used in your HR processes, filtrations of candidate resumes, seeing it how the CV is being made, whether the copy paste is being done or real CV has come to the place or not. Then you have through the AI tool, you need to bring the fluency into the area which can support into the domain. I think the smart things are coming it up. We are seeing a lot of the cost-saving initiatives being done through this tool in the domain area. The simplest examples like what I have seen in my current organization, which using this tool, we had curtailed down our database of our vendors or from where we buy the raw material from 3,000 to 600 only. Seeing it that what sort of capabilities, because there are a lot of filtrations are required to select a vendor. It is not like, okay, just you go and click vendor and supply of the vendor and select it, because there are 10 to 30 parameters on which you select your suppliers. Their financial capabilities, their location, their strategic things, how they can take it up. Because simplest example, when this Russia-Ukraine war started, we had a major raw material coming from Germany. And Russia being a biggest supplier of gases to Germany, the whole operation is stopped. And this raw material is one of the core raw material for our pharmaceutical products. And we had left over with just 1 month of inventory. You can imagine the inventory bringing this material by sea, which is very hazardous in nature, from Germany, which takes 45 days in a transit, and you have a leftover with only 1 month of inventory. How you can survive? Then you need to rework on this. How to know that this Russia-Ukraine war is going to impact you on this? So there are a lot of permutation combinations and technological information, database information is really, humanly it is impossible to gather all this data. It is all based on the technology which support on the filtration, support of your database, so that you can decide. So the decision making is one of the area which comes to play a role very heavily. I think this is the tool which I'm talking about, gives a lot of impact on the organization, making a success or failure of the organization, because a small failure will be stoppage of your supplies, and that brings to your stoppage of your company halt into a standstill of the operations. Nobody will imagine to do it, a company organization which having a turnover of $1 billion to stop for one raw material. It is just a impossible task to do that. So we had to play a very vital role into this organizing in all. And I think AI is a tool or a different type of softwares are really working very smartly and giving us a result onto this. So you can use it in any format, any way on research or your improvement of your learning through this. So one also things is there that overdoing of this AI also brings a collapse into the system, because now with the new generation like you must be doing a lot of overdoing of AI tool and chat GPT and searching all these things. Other day I was searching just a word of my name like AJAY, how many A in my name. So chat GPT as a standard process has given, okay, it is 2 word of A in my name. When I put another symbol like, can you tell me what is the number of A letter in my word, AJAAY? ChatGPT has given same answer, giving in your name of Ajay is 2 letters. What does it mean? There are set of system already been installed, and it is a quick answer. In the ChatGPT also you see there is a quick response and there is an intelligent response. So quick response is that in my name letter it is only 2 word of A. But when I started intelligent search, so after few seconds or maybe a minute, it has given a real answer that there are 3 letters of A in my name, AJAAY. So in doing all this in the world of noodles, 2 minutes of recipe, what we do, we go fast resolution of ChatGPT. And that is overdoing of it. So just keep in the mind that over-relying on the AI or any ChatGPT or any tool is not good for you. You have to put your intelligence system to have these processes going. So moving into what is going to be there in next 5 to 10 years in the revolution of supply chain management. Now we are talking about today, what is happening. You are seeing it, what is going on. I said, okay, supply chain has become a topic of the world. People are there in the boardroom. Then what next? So there are a lot of revolution has to happen in supply chain when we are talking about next 5 to 10 years. So autonomous and AI-driven things will be coming, as I had spoken a lot. Sustainability and circularity models will be coming into the system. I think we need to very honest, and I think you people are definitely being taught about the sustainability piece of it. As a nation, as a organization, we have to work a lot on the circularity of material, like we are doing in our organizations in last 60 years. We recirculate our main ingredients or raw materials at least 10 to 12 times to get this precious metal in place. And we see that up to the finer grams of this metal, we recirculate this material to get into it. And that is where the smallest example that how we recirculate plastics, how we recirculate paper boards, how we recirculate anything which is coming into us. I think this is a buzzword. It is going to be in a practical things going forward. If you will be placed in a function like procurement or purchase or strategic sourcing, as the department names being called, you have to do a lot of work on this area to bring the sustainability in a core function, core forefront, so that we have a winning edge into that. Because organizations now talking about in length, in any of the conferences, seminars, our customers are talking about at what level of sustainability you are. We have been audited by a audited agency, EcoVadis, which is the world famous for auditing on the sustainability. We are part of that certain level, but it has been keep on asking when you will be going to that level of platinum or at the highest level. Because then that is the time we will be working on the circularity part of it. We will be working on the various parameter of sustainability. I think that is the focus. Cloud and digital platforms, I think this is one of the area. When we are in a supply chain domain or any domain in the organization, there are humongous data goes into filtrations. Like for a smallest regional audits, you need to have a 7 to 8 years of data in your database currently required for any audit or any statutory requirement. Even suppose in your organization, maybe any IT officers or any custom officer comes for audit, they ask for data of 7 to 8 years. So unless and until you have a data in your data bank, now everything is coming into cloud. All the ERP systems, whether it is SAP or Oracle or Dynamics, Microsoft, everything is coming on the cloud platform. So you need to have this knowledge based on how the technology is working, what is the bandwidth of this cloud and digital platforms being there in the organization, how you can reach out to the area of your specialization, how you be close to that, whether you are an HR domain, a finance domain, or a supply chain domain, or any domain of the specialization. IoT and traceability, I think this has come a long way. I think everybody has seen it. I think we are seeing it in every day of us whenever we are ordering through any this e-commerce models, whether it is a Flipkart, Amazon, or any Meso or anyone, we can see the traceability part of the QR codes, how it can be traced at the level of manufacturing, who are the supplier, who are the customer, where it is going, what is the background of it. We are even in single click of the information, the platform owners, they are aware of which are the customer and how they are behaving it. Suppose you have a behavioral customer who are always rejecting the goods, then there is synchronization. I think there will be some filtration where smartly Amazon and Flipkart will start denying your cancellations. So there are a lot of platforms which is there, which is working on the background of IoTs and traceability. In our domain and supply chain, this is being used very largely on the international movement of goods, because when we move this material, which is very precious metal, very costly material, having a small box of material costing around 100 crores, then how to use, apart from the insurance, how you can do the traceability part of it, how it is moving from, say, from Mumbai to Boston, which aircraft, which type of aircraft is moving, which airlines it is moving. then which length of thing is been, whether it is being uploaded at particular airlines or not, at what temperature it is working. There is a temperature thing has to be put in the boxes. So there are a lot of traceability things has come, which is, I think, today's world is on the IoTs and traceability, which brings your product and product knowledge into the theme of the complete evaluation. Risk and resilience, I think, area which is need to be work a lot, because there is every day there is a risk of what will going to be the next hour. Whether something will be decided by Trump today in the evening, what will going to impact the whole world, or there is some region which will be going to be from normal to abnormal. We never know what is going to happen. Tomorrow, which country will be working in which way, because when you become a global citizen, like, okay, you're supplying the material to your global customer, like what we do almost export to 52 countries in all the 5 continents. And more than 30 to 40,000 shipments are moving across the globe in a year. So this is the time where risk and resilience has to be factored into your process. You have to have factored into your insurance policies. You have to have all the domain and the documentation process in place. Sitting here in India, you should be aware of what is their risk into country like Mexico and Brazil. What are the documentation things are required? Giving one example of this risk, I was working with a company in Pune 4 years back, and we were dealing with a chemical product in a water treatment. And there was a leakage in the container happened in Amsterdam port. And with this leakages, because it's a part of class 8 hazardous cargo, because if you go to the classification of hazardous goods, the goods was falling under class 8 with a hazardous category, which is like a corrosive in nature. And it was not allowed anything on the Amsterdam port. And finally, we had to pay more than $250,000 as a penalty for a product of $100,000. So the resilience and risks are so into the system that you need to be aware of what type of risk you are carrying, what type of resilience supply chain models or documentation you have to fix, and that is where thing has to be improved upon. And how this AI or any tool impacting the business, basically your data, like our global disruption going in one side and sustainability on other side, you need to integrate both so that you can sustain your global operations into the sustainability. You'll be talking about a lot of global disruptions, a lot of wars happening on the very climatic changes happening across the globe. You need to be always be ready for that, because in one end of the world, what is going to happen, whether some hurricane will be coming into Texas currently, and what are the weather forecast, how it is going to happen. So these are the area which I think the specialization and generalist knowledge is very much required for a people working in a domain. I think this is one of the various skilled required. That's what I say, MBA grads must be multi-skilled, take aware and adapt it to the nature. I think units must be a multi-skilled. I think the previous session also he was talking about, you will not only looking for a one option of your career, you will be looking for an alternative A, B, and we do it on our industry, we not only look for an alternative A and B, always we see alternative C also. Because we never know what is going to be a next day, what is going to be there from your customer side, what will be reaction from your vendor side, how the policy holders will work. So we need to be ready for that, and adaptability of thing always to be taken care out of it. So now coming into the question that it will be there in mind, what will the challenges for the B schools, right? Why it will be, I'm talking about so much of this AI, about processes, about tools, technologies. So what is there for you? So I request all the teaching faculty, actually I'm sorry for that I've written, there are slow versus tech speed. I think it doesn't mean to hurt all the teaching faculties, because there are a lot of gaps. between what we are still teaching the courses in India, because I have been attending this MBA grads almost 20, 30 B schools in India, including the IMs. So the lot of variation, lot of gaps still being there of the industry what we require. When we sit for interviews as a domain expert, what we want are the ready-made experts available opposite to us. But that is not the real word. But how it will come? It has to be there that how the skill-based experience, exposure is coming into you with the various domain expertise talking to you, various domain knowledge being imparted to you along with your academic career. I think that is one part of it. Secondly, skill-based trainings. I think a lot of things has been started being done by the universities. The skill-based training is one of the area I think which need to be focused around to see that you are being trained into that to have a gap being fulfilled. There are a lot of global competitions are coming. Students, you have to see how, like as I was mentioning 5 minutes back, that Gen AI, Chat GPTs, you should not be overusing it just because that everybody is using it, you want to use it. No. You have to keep your core processes very simple. Unless and until your core processes are simple, you're not going to achieve the objectivity, because you must be aspiring to achieve a lot of things, but my advice is to keep the basic thing in process in place, so that will be going to build your own career. That's what I said, people, process and technology has to come a very big way in playing the role into it. And then you have to balance affordability qualities in the education policies. Coming into skills, what MBA must have is basically current in system is what we have to see. The tech fluency is coming, sustainability leadership, sustainability knowledge based has to be incorporated, or you have to acquire the skill out of it. Entrepreneurial mindset is very much has to be there. It doesn't mean that you will go tomorrow, you'll go and start your startups, but also when you are working for the organization, the entrepreneurial mindset has to be there, because you have to make yourself out of the whole crowd. You have 100 people will be there along with you, which will be doing same work day in, day out. So how you make yourself out of the crowd? So you have to give an effort of doing a project, a skill which is required for the organization, because the organization also looking for a certain areas of expertise coming from the new grads or new people or people coming into the system to bring into certain areas of improvement, because that is area where industries are really looking into and facing this scarcity of gaps. What we see that, okay, why I should, as a head of the department, why I have to tell that you do like this? Why not it is like, okay, you coming up saying, okay, this is what I have learned a training in this organization, I want to do this one. This project I want to take it up. I think this is where the area what we wanted to look into it, and I sincerely request all of you to go back and see that how the skill-based knowledge, information, training and things have been, you are adopting to the area of specialization, what you are doing it. Soft skills, I think a lot of negotiation, communications being inculcated. I think a lot of trainings are being given by the B schools. In our domain of supply chain, I think these are very critical when we talk about the negotiation skill. Communication skills are very important, because when we do a negotiation with third party, second party across the globe, you need to know that what type of things you are talking about. It's a simplest example. You want to buy something from your supplier. What you will do? Unless and until you know the product, what you are buying it, the total ownership cost, what we call as a TCO approach, if you're not knowing the cumulative cost of the product, how will you do the negotiation? Suppose this is the product, you want to buy it. Whether it's costing around 10 rupees or 10,000 rupees, your supplier, vendor has given a 1,000 rupees. Is the right figure, right thing for you? Because your one decision will make and break for the organization. Because for any organization, the raw material cost around 60 to 80% of the product value. And you are the owner of this. You are going to negotiate with the supplier, which is having an impact of 60 to 80% of the product cost of the material. So mind it, because you are carrying a burden of this thing, and unless and until you know the product costing, the total cost of ownership of this product, you cannot able to make the decisions. And that is where your soft skills comes in, the how the negotiation process goes, how the communication has to be skilled enough. So these are the soft skill. Everyone has to come up. I think that there will be a lot of learning things are there. Ethics and responsible leadership. I think there's no point of saying what the ethics are required for any organization. And the leadership quality has to be shown so that a lot of things has to be matured enough for taking the responsibility. So we talk a lot about this integrating AI, digital ASGs, and the trained faculties promote all these things. I will skip this slide. There are certain point of discussion point I kept before we open for a question and answer. Just 3 things keep in mind before when you go to the discussion, that do you feel that your MBA is preparing you for all AI-driven careers? Really, you are seeing that any fruitful things are coming? One thing. Secondly, have you ever used ChatGPT? Yes. If yes, then what is it for your coursework, and how it has helped you all? Is it limiting you or helping you a lot? Second question. Third one is, suppose you are a dean of this university. So what one subject you wanted to take as like nothing has happened till last 1 year, 2 year of your study? So this 3 questions keep in mind, and where before you ask. And before I go to my last slide, on concluding the whole what I spoken about it since last 30-40 minutes about what is there in the Viksit Bharat, what you're talking about as a opportunity of youth like you have. What I've just read in the last week in the in KPMG report, which says about 67% of shortage of workforce in supply chain domain itself worldwide. 67% of shortage in workforce in supply chain management. This is what the KPMG has said in their recent report, which published just 2 weeks back. So you can see the gap and the availability requirement in the whole domain into the whole world. Secondly, the employability will depend upon how you skill adaptability and AI and any other tools you can adopt into the system. Then you have to not only see the degree as a degree providers or degree gators, you have to transform as to what the skill enablers you are, where really you are going with the subject domain, subject specialization. And then AI is a multiplier, is not a replacement. Human knowledge, human judgment remains critical. When as a team we take a decision as a human being and whole scenario based on that. Database, AI capabilities, they give information, but decisions are ours, which is always be in the forefront. That is how it will be there. The last para, which I've just written, that your career depends on how well you blend your knowledge, technology, and your original thinking. Technology, original thinking, or knowledge is going to be a part of the whole process. Thank you very much for listening. Sir.
Now the house is open for questions.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. A very good evening, sir. My name is Sunny Bhilare, specializing from operations and supply chain management. Sir, my question is, from recent learnings and case studies, articles, we have learned that organizations are adapting to the concept of strategic fit, wherein they are aligning their competitive strategies with supply chain capabilities. Along with this integration of supply chain drivers by leveraging the technology, one of the driver is supplier. And suppose a supplier is linked with 4 to 5 prominent buyers, each buyer trying to align with their this supplier with the strategic concept, fit concept. So what strategy does these organizations take to sustain this relationship with the supplier towards the long term?
Okay, so very good question. I think the new age on this supply chain is called as a supplier relationship management. Okay, we earlier in the era of like 20 years back used to call as a vendor, supplier. Now this world has changing into a supplier relationship management. How this will change? How this is changing is because you have a dialogue open between both the parties. Unless and until I have my requirement very openly to my partners, how they will visualize that what I need and how they will take part into my judgment and my criteria of selection. Giving example, in automotive industry, there is strategic suppliers, there are B suppliers, there are tier 1, tier 2 and there are tier 3 suppliers. So what we always to do it, the tier 1 supplier, always they are the strategic partner for us. Like in the market, for example, a tractor, a model of 35 horsepower tractor, there will always be competition between Mahindra, John Deere, Sonalika and others, right, from the cost objective. If Diwali season is coming, in the farmers, if some farming seasons are coming, somebody is giving a cash discount of 80,000, 1 lakh rupees. So how I can scale down my costing, because my tractor has the 80% cost of the raw material cost, all the product cost going into the tractors. My profitability is just 7 to 10% apart from the dealer's profit. So how I can bring down the cost of my manufacturing into the sub-dealer. So where the strategic role is the supplier relationship management, where both the party working on the strategic requirement, where I can bring down a cost. Giving another example, when I was working with the electronic industry called as Jabil Circuit in Pune, we had a long, their margins were just 4 to 5% in electronic industry. We had to buy a chassis of a hard disk, like we had to call now to a set of boxes. We used to bring it from China. And then we had to just assemble it, right? What is happening now? iPhone being assembled only in India. All parts are coming from China. So we used to assemble this set of boxes. And then what we did it, and we were getting around $2 to $4 as a cost. We started looking into converting some parts, making into India itself, so that we can increase our profitability. And that has happened because of the collaboration with the supplier. So integration, collaboration, involvement, improvement. These are the areas I think we can work upon with the suppliers to make a collaborative strategic partnership.
Okay, sir.
Hope I think you got my answer.
Yes, sir, sure.
Too long, too short?
Good evening, sir. I am
Good
Raju
evening.
Ramankar, specializing in operations and supply chain management, BITM. My question is, supply chain often faces unexpected disruptions due to geopolitical fluctuations. So other than diversification of raw material supply, what can be potential option to stay immune from such geopolitical scenarios?
So see, we cannot stop any geopolitical things which are happening, which is out of our control, right? Which will not be in our hand. Because what is going to happen with wars between the country, we cannot be a part of that. Like, so what we have to do is, if suppose raw material supply or our customer supply is based on that geography or that place, we need to see what the alternative things we are developing. As the example I had given just, I think during my session, we used to import one product called carbon from Germany. And then we started looking into because we were visualizing that even the war goes for years and years together, what is the substitute for us? So then we started looking into the market, which is really difficult, because otherwise duplicating a market is not a big thing. But this product was very difficult because this product has to come out from a tree which is being 100 to more than 150 years old, being burnt, and after the incineration, this carbon get produced. So how to make this carbon into other geography of the world? Then we found similar type of things in South Korea. So this required a lot of information based, lot of data required to be there, lot of quality parameter to be checked, lot of processes goes it to find an alternative vendor. So the world has come where people are talking about offshoring, nearshoring, or we can, but this, the entire world, we cannot, one country cannot be dependent upon ourselves. Certain things we have to import. Certain things we have to export out of the world, to the world. So alternative vendor going to see that what type of things are happening, diversifying the portfolio of our key raw material, key suppliers across the continent. That is a game what we have to play.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I now request Student Council member Raghuram and Akshata to felicitate our guest of honor with a token of appreciation.
Hey. Hey.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon our Vice President, Student Council, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Shri Balaji University, Pune, Ms. Shivika Bhapuria, to put forward the vote of thanks.
Good evening. I, Shivika Bhapuria, Vice President, Student Council, BITM, on behalf of the Council and the entire organizing team of Anweshanam 4.0, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for today's successful conclave. Extending our heartfelt gratitude to our patrons, Director BITM, Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, Deputy Director BITM, Dr. Rajeshwari Patil, and Dr. Ritika Singh for their constant guidance, vision, and unwavering support in making this student-driven initiative a grand success. A special note of thanks to our eminent speakers, industry leaders, and panelists for sharing their valuable insights on the theme Viksit Bharat, Futuristic Trends and Challenges to B Schools. Your perspectives have truly enriched our understanding and inspired us to think beyond boundaries. To our respected faculty members, we owe sincere appreciation for mentoring us and standing by us at every step. To our student council and volunteers, your dedication and teamwork have been the backbone of this event. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation, your curiosity, and engagement made today's discussions more meaningful. Thank you once again. Have a great day.